Is this thing on? Hello. My name is Andy Kaufman. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, again, my name is Andy Kaufman, and I'm gonna be here today, all day, hosting on, Trime Taveler. Oh, it says my name is George Collin down there. Let us fix that, because I'm really particular about my name. For one, it's not George. It does kind of sound like Collin, but it's Kaufman is the way that it's pronounced. Thank you very much. I know a lot of you have heard of me before, and you know my name from such television shows. But Saturday Night Live and Fridays. But it doesn't matter where you recognize me from. You're probably wondering. You're like, I've seen you on Taxi. I've heard you do your Latka voice, and you've also heard me be Andy, and I'm crazy and fun and have a lot of crazy things to do. But I just want to be myself, and a lot of people do not realize I'm British. I have a lot of things to do today. Whenever I was in school, you see, I had this professor of American literature that said that this book by F. Scott Fitzgerald is the greatest American work of literature ever created. And I have to say, I don't quite agree with it. But I do have the book here today with me, and let me finish my own titles. And okay, so now on this show, what we do is we play silent films after dark, and we also play music, and I would like to start with this song.
Mr. Trouble never hangs around.
Hold on a second.
Mr. Trouble.
This is very embarrassing.
Mr. Trouble never.
Okay, that's obviously not working right now. I don't know why. I have no idea what is going on. So instead, I'm just gonna do this, okay? Let's start on The Great Gatsby. Chapter 1. In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my head ever since. If you could please hold your cheers until the end. I just ask you to please hold your cheers until the end. I'm very serious about this, okay? So please just relax and enjoy the novel. We still have a long ways to go. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. He didn't say any more, but we've always been unusually communicative in a reserved way, and I understood that he meant a great deal more than that. In consequence, I'm inclined to reserve all judgments, a habit that has opened up many curious natures to me and also made me the victim of not a few veteran bulls. The abnormal mind is quick to detect and attach itself to this quality when it appears in a normal person. And so it came about in college. I was unjustly accused of being a politician, because I was privy to the secret griefs of wild, unknown men. Most of the confidences were unsought. Frequently, I have feigned sleep, preoccupation, or a hostile levity when I realized, by some unmistakable sign, that an intimate revelation was quivering on the horizon. For the intimate revelations of young men, or at least the terms in which they express them, are usually plagiaristic and marred by obvious suppressions. reserving judgments as a matter of infinite hope. I am still a little afraid of missing something if I forget that, as my father snobbishly suggested, and I snobbishly repeat. A sense of the fundamental decencies is parceled out unequally at birth. And after boasting this way of my tolerance, I come to the admission that it has been a limit. Conduct may be founded on the hard rock or the wet marshes, but after a certain point, I don't care what it's founded on. When I came back from the East last autumn, I felt that I wanted the world to be in my uniform and at a sort of moral attention forever. I wanted no more riotous excursions with privileged glimpses into the human heart. Only Gatsby, the man who gives his name to this book, was exempt from my reaction. Gatsby, who represented everything for which I have an unaffected scorn. If personality is an unbroken series of successful gestures, then there was something gorgeous about him, something heightened sensitivity to the promises of life, as if he were related to one of those intricate machines that register earthquakes 10,000 miles away. This responsiveness had nothing to do with that flabby impressionability, which is dignified under the name of the creative temperament. It was an extraordinary gift for hope, a romantic readiness such as I have never found in another person, and which it is not likely I shall ever find again. No, Gatsby turned out all right at the end. It is what preyed on Gatsby, that foul dust floated in the wake of his dreams, that temporarily closed out my interest in the abortive sorrows and short-winded elations of man. Please, I told you to wait until the novel's over. I'm not even finished with chapter 1. We have a long way to go in this book. If you could please just hold your cheers until the end. I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny at all. If you keep laughing at me, I'm going to stop reading the book. Oh, is that what you want? You want me to stop reading the book? Well, what if I was to put on a record? Would you like to hear a record? Huh? How does that sound? All right then. Just for you, I will put on the record. That is not the record. That is not that. Let me flip the record over. Alright, the record is starting now. My family have been prominent to well-to-do people in this Middle Western city for 3 generations. The Carraways are something of a clean, and we have a tradition that were descended from the Dukes of Buccleuch. But the actual founder of my line was my father's brother, who came here in '51, sent a substitute to the Civil War, and started the wholesale hardware business that my father carries on today. I never saw this great uncle, but I'm supposed to look like him, with special reference to the rather hard-boiled painting that hangs in Father's office. I graduated from New Haven in 1915, just a quarter of a century after my father, and a little later I participated in what delayed Teutonic migration known as the Great War. I enjoyed the counter-raid so thoroughly that I came back restless. Instead of being the warm center of the world, the Middle West now seemed like the ragged edge of the universe. So I decided to go east and learn the bond business. Everybody I knew was in the bond business, so I suppose it could support one more single man. All my aunts and uncles talked it over as if they were choosing a prep school for me. Finally said, "Why, yes," with very grave, hesitant faces. Father agreed to finance me for a year, and after various delays, I came east. permanently. I thought in the spring of 22, the practical thing was to find rooms in the city, but it was a warm season and I had just left a country of wide lawns and friendly trees. So when a young man at the office suggested that we take a house together in a commuting town, it sounded like a great idea. He found the house, a weather-beaten cardboard bungalow at $80 a month. But at the last minute, the firm ordered him to Washington, and I went out to the country alone. I had a dog. At least, I had him for a few days until he ran away. And an old Dodge and a Finnish woman who made my bed and cooked breakfast and muttered Finnish wisdom to herself over the electric stove. It was lonely for a day or so, until one morning some man more recently arrived than I stopped me on the road. "How do you get to West Egg Village?" he asked helplessly. I told him, and as I walked on, I was lonely no longer. I was a guide, a pathfinder, an original settler. He had casually conferred on me the freedom of the neighborhood. And so, with the sunshine and the great bursts of leaves growing on the trees, just as things grow in fast movies, I had that familiar conviction that life was beginning over again with the summer. There was so much to read for one thing, and so much fine health to be pulled down out of the young breath-giving air. I bought a dozen volumes on banking and credit and investment securities, and they stood on my shelf in red and gold like new money from the mint, promising to unfold the shining secrets that only Midas and Morgan the Messiahist knew. And I had the high intention of reading many other books besides. I was rather literary in college. One year I wrote a series of very solemn and obvious editorials for the Yale News. And now I was going to bring back all such things into my life, and become again that most limited of all specialists, the well-rounded man. This isn't just an epigram. Life is much more successfully looked at from a single window after all. It was a matter of chance that I should have rented a house in one of the strangest communities in North America. It was on that slender riotous island which extends itself due east of New York, and where there are, among other natural curiosities, two unusual formations of land, 20 miles from the city pair. What the heck? I've got some music going on. That's not what I wanted to hear. No. You stop that, I said. And it stopped. I'm reading a book. Alright. Where was I? Okay. Now I was going to bring back all such things into my life and become again that most limited of all specialists, the well-rounded man. This isn't just an epigram. Life is much more successfully looked at from a single window after all. It was a matter of chance that I should have rented a house in one of the strangest communities in North America. It was on that slender riotous island which extends itself due east of New York, and where there are, among other natural curiosities, two unusual formations of land. 20 miles from the city, a pair of enormous eggs, identical in contour and separated only by a courtesy bay, but jut out into the most domesticated body of salt water in the Western Hemisphere, the most wet barnyard of Long Island Sound. They are not perfect ovals, like the egg in the Columbus story. They are both crushed flat at the contact end. But their physical resemblance must be a source of perpetual confusion to the gulls that fly overhead. To the wingless, a more arresting phenomenon is their dissimilarity in every particular except shape and size. I lived at a West Egg, the less fashionable of the two, though this is a most superficial tag to express the bizarre and not a little sinister contrast between them. My house was at the very tip of the egg, only 50 yards from the Sound, and squeezed between two huge places that rented for $12,000 or $15,000 a season. The one on my right was a colossal affair by any standard. It was a factual imitation of Summer Hotel de Ville in Normandy, with a tower on one side spanking under a thin beard of raw ivy and marble swimming pool, and more than 40 acres of lawn and garden. It was Gatsby's mansion, or rather, as I didn't know Mr. Gatsby, it was a mansion inhabited by a gentleman of that name. My house was an eyesore, but it was a small eyesore, and it had been overlooked, so I had a view of the water, a partial view of my neighbor's lawn, and the consoling proximity of millionaires, all for $80 a month. Across the Courtesy Bay, the white palaces of fashionable East Egg glittered along the water, and the history of the summer really begins on the evening I drove there to have dinner with the Tom Buchanans. Daisy was my second cousin, once removed, and I'd known Tom in college. Just after the war, I spent 2 days with them in Chicago. Her husband, among various physical accomplishments, had been one of the most powerful ends that ever played football at New Haven. A national figure in a way, one of those men who reach such an acute limited excellence at 21 that everything afterwards savors of anticlimax. His family were enormously wealthy. Even in college, his freedom with money was a matter for reproach. But now, he'd left Chicago and come east in a fashion that rather took your breath away. For instance, he'd brought down a string of polo ponies from Lake Forest. It was hard to realize that a man in my own generation was wealthy enough to do that. Why they came east, I don't know. They had spent a year in France for no particular reason, and then drifted here and there unresentfully wherever people played polo, and were rich together. This was a permanent move, and Daisy over the telephone said Daisy over the telephone, but I don't believe it. I had no sight into Daisy's heart, but I felt that Tom would drift on forever seeking, a little wistfully, for the dramatic turbulence of some irrecoverable football game. And so it happened that on a warm, windy evening I drove over to East Egg to see how 2 old friends, whom I scarcely knew at all. Their house was even more elaborate than I expected, a cheerful red and white Georgian colonial mansion overlooking the bay. The lawn started at the beach and ran toward the front door for a quarter of a mile. Jumping over sundials and brick walls and burning gardens, finally when it reached the house drifting up the side in bright vines, as though from momentum of its run, the front was broken by a line of French windows, glowing now with reflected gold and wide open to the warm and windy afternoon, and Tom Buchanan, in riding clothes, was standing with his legs apart on the front porch. He had changed since his New Haven years. Now he was a sturdy, straw-haired man of 30 with rather hard mouth and a supercilious manner. 2 shining, arrogant eyes had established dominance over his face, and gave him the appearance of always leaning aggressively forward. Not even the effeminate swank of his riding clothes could hide the enormous power of that body. He seemed to fill those glistening boots until he strained the top lacing, and you could see a great pack of muscle shifting when his shoulder moved under his thick coat. It was a body capable of enormous leverage, a cruel body. His speaking voice, a gruff husky tenor, added to the oppression of fractionness he conveyed. There was a touch of paternal contempt to it, even toward people he liked, and there were men at New Haven who had not hated his guts. Who had hated his guts, of course. There were men who did not, like myself, and men who did hate his guts. Let me go on. Now, don't think my opinion on these matters is final. He seemed to say, just because I'm stronger and more of a man than you are, we were in the same senior society, and while we were never intimate, I always had the impression that he approved of me and wanted me to like him with some harsh, defiant wistfulness of his own. We talked for a few minutes on the sunny porch. "I've got a nice place here," he said, his eyes flashing about restlessly. Turning me around by one arm, he moved a broad, flat hand along the front vista, including its sweep, a sunken Italian garden, a half-acre of deep, pungent roses, and a snub-nosed motorboat that bumped the tide offshore. It belonged to Domain, the oilman. He turned me around again, politely and abruptly. "We'll go inside." He walked through a high hallway into a bright, rosy-colored space, fragilely bound into the house by French windows at either end. The windows were ajar and gleaming white against the fresh grass outside that seemed to grow a little way into the house. A breeze blew through the room, blew curtains in at one end and out the other like pale flags, twisting them up toward the frosted wedding cake of the ceiling, and then rippled over the wine-colored rug, making a shadow on it as wind does on the sea. The only completely stationary object in the room was an enormous couch on which two young women were buoyed up as though upon an anchored balloon. They were both in white, and their dresses were rippling and fluttering as if they had just been blown back in after a short flight around the house. I must have stood for a few moments, listening to the whip and snap of the curtains and the groan of a picture on the wall. Then there was a boom as Tom Buchanan shut the rear windows and caught the wind died out about the room, and the curtains and the rugs and the two young women ballooned slowly to the floor. The younger of the two was a stranger to me. She was extended full length at her end to the divan, completely motionless, and with her chin raised a little as if she were balancing something on it, which was quite likely to fall if she saw me out of the corner of her eyes. She gave no hint of it. Indeed, I was almost surprising into murmuring an apology for having disturbed her by coming in. The other girl, Daisy, made an attempt to rise. She leaned slightly forward with a conscientious expression. Then she laughed an absurd, charming little laugh, and I laughed too, and came forward into the room. "I'm paralyzed with happiness," she laughed again, as if she said something very witty, and held my hand for a moment, looking up into my face, promising that there was no one in the world she so much wanted to see. There was a way she had. She hinted in a murmur that the surname of the balancing girl was Baker. I've heard it said that Daisy's murmur was only to make people lean toward her, an irrelevant criticism that made it no less charming. At any rate, Miss Baker's lips fluttered. She nodded at me almost imperceptibly, and then quickly tipped her head back again. The object she was balancing had obviously tottered a little and given her something of a fright. Again, a sort of apology arose to my lips. Almost any exhibition of complete self-sufficiency draws a stunned tribute from me. I looked back at my cousin, who began to ask me questions in a low, thrilling voice. It was the kind of voice that the ear follows up and down, as if each speech is an arrangement of notes that will never be played again. Her face was sad and lovely, with bright things in it, bright eyes and a bright, passionate mouth. But there was an excitement in her voice that men who had cared for her found difficult to forget. A singing compulsion, a whispered listen, a promise that she had done gay, exciting things just a while since, and that there were gay, exciting things offering in the next hour. I told her how I had stopped off in Chicago for a day on my way east, and how a dozen people had sent their love through me. "Do they miss me?" she cried ecstatically. "A whole town is desolate. All the cars have left the rear wheel painted black as a mourning wreath, and there's a persistent wail all night long the North Shore. How gorgeous! Let's go back, Tom, tomorrow." Then she added irrelevantly, You ought to see the baby." "I'd like to." She's asleep. She's 3 years old. Haven't you ever seen her? Never. Well, you ought to see her. She's... Tom Buchanan, who had been hovering restlessly about the room, stopped and rested his hand on my shoulder. What are you doing, Nick? I'm a bondman. Who with? I told him. Never heard of them, he remarked indecisively. This annoyed me. You will, I answered shortly. You will if you stay in the East. Oh, I'll stay in the East, don't you worry, he said, glancing at Daisy, and then back at me as if he were alert for something more. I'd be a goddamned fool to live anywhere else. At this point, Miss Baker said, absolutely, with such suddenness that I started. It was the first word she uttered since I came into the room. Evidently it surprised her as much as it did me, for she yawned with a series of rapid, deft movements, stood up into the room. I'm stiff, she complained. I've been lying on that sofa for as long as I can remember. Don't look at me, Daisy retorted. I've been trying to get you to New York all afternoon. No thanks, Miss Baker, to the 4 cocktails just in from the pantry. I'm absolutely in training. Her host looked at her incredibly. You are. He looked down on his drink as if it were a drop in the bottom of a glass. How you ever got anything done is beyond me. I looked at Miss Baker, wondering what it was she got done. I enjoyed looking at her. She was a slender, small-breasted girl with an erect carriage, which she accentuated by throwing her body backward at the shoulders like a young cadet. Her grey, sun-strained eyes looked back at me with polite, reciprocal curiosity out of one charming, discontented face. It occurred to me now that I had seen her, or a picture of her somewhere before. You live in West Egg, she remarked contemptuously. I know somebody there. I don't know a single... You must know Gatsby. Gatsby? Demanded Daisy. What Gatsby? Before I could reply that he was my neighbor, dinner was an announced wedging. His tense arm imperatively under mine. Tom Buchanan compelled me from the room, as though he were moving a checker to another square. Slenderly, languidly, their hands set lightly on their hips, the 2 young women preceded us out onto a rosy-colored porch, open toward the sunset, where 4 candles flickered on the table in the diminished wind. Why candles? Objected Daisy, frowning. She snapped them out with her fingers. In 2 weeks, it'll be the longest day in the year. She looked at us all radiantly. Do you always watch for the longest day of the year and then miss it? I always watch for the longest day in the year and then miss it. We ought to plan something, yawned Miss Baker, sitting down at the table as if she were getting into bed. All right, said Daisy. What do we plan? She turned to me helplessly. What do people plan? Before I could answer, her eyes fastened with an odd expression on her little finger. Look, she complained. I hurt it. We all looked. The knuckle was black and blue. You did it, Tom, she said accusingly. I know you didn't mean to, but you did do it. That's what I get for marrying a brute of a man. A great big hulking physical specimen of a... I hate that word, hulking, objected Tom crossly. Even in kidding. Hulking, insisted Daisy. Sometimes she and Miss Baker talked at once, unobtrusively, with the bantering inconsequence that was never quite chatter, that was as cool as their white dresses and their impersonal eyes, in this absence of all desire. They were here, and they accepted Tom and me, making only a polite, pleasant effort to entertain or be entertained. They knew that presently dinner would be over, and a little later the evening, too, would be over, and casually put away. It was sharply different from the West, where an evening was hurried from the phase to phase toward its close, in a continually disappointed anticipation, or else in sheer nervousness, dread of the moment itself. You make me feel uncivilized, Daisy, I confessed on your second glass of corky, but rather impressive claret. Can't you talk about crops or something? I meant nothing in particular by this remark, but it was taken up in an unexpected way. Civilization is going to pieces, broke out Tom violently. I've gotten to be a terrible pessimist about things. Have you read The Rise of Colored Empires by this man Goddard? Why, no, I answered, rather surprised by his tone. Well, it's a fine book, and everybody ought to read it. The idea is if we don't look out, the white race will be utterly submerged. It's all scientific and stuff. It's been proved. Tom's getting very profound, said Daisy, with an expression of unthoughtful sadness. He reads deep books with long words in them. What was that word Well, these books are all scientific, insisted Tom, glancing at her impatiently. This fellow has worked out the whole thing. It's up to us, who are the dominant race, to watch out for these other races that will have control of things. We've got to beat them down, whispered Daisy, winking ferociously toward the fevered sun. You ought to live in California, began Miss Baker, but Tom interrupted her by shifting heavily on his chair. This idea is that we're Nordics, I am, and you are, and after an infinitesimal hesitation he included Daisy with a slight nod, and she winked at me again, and we've produced all the things that go to make civilization. Oh, science and art and all that, do you see? There was something pathetic in this concentration, as if his complacency, more acute of old, was not enough to him any more. When almost immediately the telephone rang inside and the butler left the porch, Daisy seized upon the momentary interruption and leaned toward me. I'd tell you a family secret, she whispered enthusiastically. It's about the butler's nose. Why are you laughing about just because I say the butler's... Please wait. All of your laughter and cheers until the book is done. We still have a long way to go. All right. Here we go. It's all about the butler's nose. Do you want to hear about the butler's nose? More laughing. I specifically requested that you please, and I politely have asked you several times over and over to save your cheers until after the book is over. You're making me rather upset, and it is not unlike me to just leave. I will walk out on all of you, and you'll be really sad that you don't know how this book ends. All right, I'm leaving. I'm going right now. I'm not going to put up with this, and it's not even funny. I said that it's not funny, and you continue to laugh at me. Alright, that's it. I'm not going to read another word. Nope. I'm just going to sit here. Alright, well, since you're not laughing anymore, I guess I'll go ahead and start again. I'll tell you a family secret, she whispered enthusiastically. It's about the butler's nose. Do you want to hear about the butler's nose? That's why I came over tonight. Well, he wasn't always a butler. He used to be the silver polisher for some people in New York that had a silver service for 200 people. He had to polish it from morning until night, until finally it began to affect his nose. Things went from bad to worse, suggesting Miss Baker. Yes, things went from bad to worse until finally he had to give up his position. For a moment, the last sunshine fell with romantic affection upon her glowing face. Her voice compelled me forward breathlessly as I listened. Then the glow faded, each light deserting her with lingering regret, like children leaving a pleasant street at dusk. The butler came back and murmured something close to Tom's ear, whereupon Tom frowned, pushed back his chair, and without a word went inside, as if his absence quickened something within her. Daisy leaned forward again, her voice glowing and singing. I love you. I love to see you at my table, Nick. You remind me of a rose, an absolute rose, doesn't he? She turned to Miss Baker for confirmation. An absolute rose. This was untrue. I am not even faintly like a rose. She was only exemporizing, but a stirring warmth flowed from her as if her heart was trying to come out to you concealed in one of those breathless, thrilling words. Then suddenly she threw a napkin on the table and excused herself and went into the house. Miss Baker and I exchanged a short glance consciously, devoid of meaning, and I was about to speak when she sat up alertly and said, "Shh," in a warning voice. A subdued, impassioned murmur was inaudible in the room beyond, and Miss Baker leaned forward, unashamed, trying to hear the murmur, trembled on the verge of coherence, sank down, mounted excitedly, and then ceased altogether. "This Mr. Gatsby you spoke of is my neighbor," I said. "Don't talk. I want to hear what happens." "Is something happening?" I inquired innocently. "You mean to say that you don't know?" said Miss Baker honestly, surprised. "I thought everybody knew." "I don't." "Why," she said hesitantly, "Tom's got some new woman in New York." "Got some woman?" I repeated blankly. Miss Baker nodded. "She might have the decency not to telephone him at the dinner time, don't you think?" Almost before I had grasped her meaning, there was a flutter of a dress and the crunch of leather boots, and Tom and Daisy were back at the table. "It couldn't be helped," cried Daisy with tense gaiety. She sat down, glanced searchingly at Miss Baker and then at me, and continued. "I looked outdoors for a minute, and it's very romantic outdoors. There's a bird on the lawn that I think must be a nightingale. Come over on the conyard with a white star line. He's singing away." Her voice sang. "It's romantic, isn't it, Tom?" "Very romantic," he said, and then miserably to me, "If it's light enough after dinner, I want to take you down to the stables." The telephone rang inside, startlingly, and Daisy shook her head decisively at Tom. The subject of the stables, in fact all subjects, it vanished into air. Among the broken fragments of the last 5 minutes at the table, I remember the candles being lit again, pointlessly, and I was conscious of wanting to look squarely at everyone, and yet to avoid all eyes. I couldn't guess what Daisy and Tom were thinking, but I doubt if Miss Baker, who seemed to have mastered a certain hearty skepticism, was able utterly to put this fifth guess shrill metallic urgency out of mind. To a certain temperate, the situation might have seemed intriguing. My own instinct was to telephone immediately for the police. The ulcers, needless to say, were not mentioned again. Tom and Miss Baker, with several feet of twilight between them, strolled back into the library as if a vigil beside a perfectly tangible body, while trying to look pleasantly interested and a little deaf. I followed Daisy around a chain of connecting verandas to the porch in front. In its deep gloom we sat down side by side on a wicker settee. Daisy took her face in her hands as if feeling its lovely shape, and her eyes moved gradually out into the velvet dusk. I saw that turbulent emotions possessed her, so I asked what I thought would be some sedative questions about her little girl. "We don't even know each other very well, Nick," she said suddenly. "Even if we are cousins, you didn't come to my wedding. I wasn't back from the war." "That's true," she hesitated. "Well, I've had a very bad time, Nick, and I'm pretty cynical about everything." Evidently, she had reason to be. I waited, but she didn't say any more, and after a moment I returned rather feebly to the subject of her daughter. "I suppose she talks and eats and everything." "Oh, yes." She looks at me absently. Listen, Nick, let me tell you what I said when I was born. Would you like to hear?" "Very much." "It'll show you how I've gotten to feel about things. Well, she was less than an hour old, and Tom was God knows where. I woke up out of the ether with an utterly abandoned feeling. and asked the nurse right away if it was a boy or a girl. She told me it was a girl, and so I turned my head away and wept. All right, I said. I'm glad it's a girl, and I hope she'll be a fool. That's the best thing a girl can be in this world, a beautiful little fool. You see, I think everything is terrible anyhow. She went on in a convinced way. Everybody thinks so. The most advanced people, and I know. I've been everywhere and seen everything and done everything. Her eyes flashed around her in a defiant way, rather like Tom's, and she laughed with a thrilling scorn. Sophisticated. God, I'm sophisticated. The instant her voice broke off, ceasing to compel my attention, my belief, I felt the basic insincerity of what she had said. It made me uneasy, as though the whole evening had been a trick of some sort to exact a contributory emotion from me. I waited, and sure enough, in a moment she looked at me with an absolute smirk on her lovely face, as if she had asserted her membership in a rather distinguished secret society to which she and Tom belonged. Inside the crimson room bloomed with light. Tom and Miss Baker sat at either end of the long couch, and she read along to him from the Saturday Evening Post, the words murmurous and uninflected, running together in a soothing tune. The lamplight, bright in his boots and dull on the autumn leaf yellow of her hair, glinted along the paper as she turned a page with a flutter of slender muscles in her arms. When we came in, she held us silent for a moment, with a lifted hand. To be continued, she said, tossing the magazine on the table. In our very next issue, her body asserted itself with a restless movement of her knee, and she stood up. 10 o'clock, she remarked, apparently finding the time on the ceiling. Time for this good girl to go to bed. Jordan's going to play in the tournament tomorrow, explained Daisy, over at Westchester. Oh, you're Jordan Baker. I knew now why her face was familiar. Its pleasing, contemptuous expression had looked out at me from many rotogravure pictures of the sporting life at Asheville and Hot Springs and Palm Beach. I had heard some story of her too, a critical, unpleasant story, but what it was I had forgotten long ago. Good night, she said softly. Wake me at night, won't you? If you'll get up, I will. Good night, Mr. Carraway. See you anon. Of course you will, confirmed Daisy. In fact, I think I'll arrange a marriage. Come over often, Nick and I'll sort of, fling you together, you know, lock you up accidentally on linen closets and push you out to sea in a boat, and all that sort of thing. Good night, called Miss Baker from the stairs. I haven't heard a word. She's a nice girl, said Tom after a moment. They oughtn't to let her run around the country this way. Who oughtn't to? Inquired Daisy coldly. Her family. Her family is one and about 1,000 years old. Besides, Nick's going to look after her, aren't you, Nick? She's going to spend lots of weekends out here this summer. I think the home of influence will be very good for her. Tom and Daisy looked at each other for a moment in silence. Is she from New York? I asked quickly. From Louisville. Our white girlhood was passed together there. Our beautiful white. Did you give Nick a little heart-to-heart talk on the veranda? Demanded Tom suddenly. Did I? She looked at me. I can't seem to remember, but I think we talked about the Nordic race. Yes, I'm sure we did. It sort of crept out on us, and first thing, you know. Don't believe everything you hear, Nick, he advised me. I said lightly that I had heard nothing at all, and a few minutes later I got up to go home. They came to the door with me and stood by my side in a cheerful square of light as I started my motor. Daisy peremptorily called, "Wait! I forgot to ask you something, and it's important. We heard you were engaged to a girl out west." "That's right," corroborated Tom kindly. We heard that you were engaged. It's libel. I'm too poor. But we heard it, insisted Daisy, surprising me by opening up again in a flower-like way. We heard it from 3 people, so it must be true. Of course, I knew what they were referring to, but I wasn't even vaguely engaged. The fact that gossip had published the bans was one of the reasons I had come east. You can't stop going with an old friend on account of rumors, and on the other hand, I had no intention of being rumored into marriage. Their interest rather touched me and made them less remotely rich. Nevertheless, it was confused and a little disgusted as I drove away. It seemed to me that the thing for Daisy to do was to rush out of the house, child in arms. But apparently there were no such intentions in her head. As for Tom, the fact that he had some woman in New York was really less surprising than he had been depressed by a book. Something was making him nibble at the edge of stale ideas, as if his sturdy physical egotism no longer nourished his premonitory heart. Already it was deep summer on roadhouse roofs and in front of a wayside garages, where new red gas pumps sat out in pools of light, and when I reached my estate at West Egg, I ran the car under its shed and sat for a while on an abandoned grass roller in the yard. The wind had blown off, leaving a loud, bright night with wings beating on the trees and persistent organ sound as the full bellows of the earth blew from the frogs, full of life. The silhouette of a moving cat wavered across the moonlight, and turning my head to watch it, I saw that I was not alone. 50 feet away, a figure had emerged from the shadow of my neighbor's mansion, and was standing with his hands in his pockets regarding the silver pepper of the stars. Something in his leisurely movements and the secure position of his feet among the lawn suggested that it was Mr. Gatsby himself, come out to determine what share was his of our local Evans. I decided to call him. Miss Baker had mentioned him at the dinner, and that would do for an introduction, but I didn't call to him, for he gave a sudden intimation that he was content to be alone. He stretched out his arms. Oops. Little technical difficulties. Okay. He stretched out his arms toward the dark water in a curious way, and far as I was from, I could have sworn he was trembling involuntarily. I glanced seaward and distinguished nothing except a single green light, minute and far away. That might have been the end of the dock. When I looked once more for Gatsby, he had vanished, and I was alone again in the unquiet dock. That is not the end of the book. That is just the end of chapter 1. There's still a long ways to go. But in the meantime, I could use a slight break. So if y'all could enjoy a bit of a break with me. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Yes, so I'm going to play some music for you, but it's not what you're expecting. I'm going to play a live concert by the Grateful Dead. We're going to start off with one of my very favorite songs of theirs. It's called "He Was a Friend of Mine." And whenever we come back, I will read you some more of The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Alright, so thank you very much for coming in. I'm Andy Kaufman. That last bit that I did was my Great Gatsby bit. That's not actually my real voice at all. In fact, this isn't my real voice at all. I do impersonations, and this is me actually impersonating another person that I met in my life. But
I actually talk like this. My name is Andy Kaufman, and I'm here. I'm not trying to entertain anybody. I'm just trying to tell you about myself. So, well, please don't laugh now because that was not one of the jokes. Okay. I'm Andy Kaufman, and I'm here on Trime Taveler, and we are listening to the Grateful Dead, and I just wanted to let you know that we still have many chapters to go in The Great Gatsby. So without any further ado, I will now read it to you again. Thank you very much.
Chapter 2. About halfway through West Egg and New York, the motor road hastily joins the railroad and runs beside it for a quarter of a mile, so as to shrink away from a certain desolate area of land. This is a valley of ashes, a fantastic farm where ashes grew like wheat into ridges and hills and grotesque gardens, where ashes take forms of houses and chimneys and rising smoke, and finally a transcendent effort of men who moved dimly and already crumbling through the powdery air. Occasionally a line of gray cars crawls through along an invisible track, gives out a ghastly creak, and comes to rest, and immediately the ash-gray men swarm up with laden spades and stir up an impenetrable cloud, which screens their obscure operations from your sight. But above the gray land and the spasms of bleak dust which drift endlessly over it, you perceive after a moment the eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg. The eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg are blue and gigantic. Their irises are 1 yard high. They look out of no face, but instead from a pair of enormous yellow spectacles which pass over a non-existent nose. Evidently, some wild wag of an occultist set them there to fatten his practice in the borough of Queens, and then sank down to himself into eternal blindness, or forgot them and moved away. But his eyes dimmed a little by many paintless days under sun and rain, brood over the solemn dumping ground. The Valley of Ashes is bounded on one side by a small foul river, and then the drawbridge is up to let barges through. The passengers on waiting trains can stare at the dismal scene for as long as half an hour. There is always a halt there of at least a minute, and it was because of this that I first met Tom Buchanan's mistress. The fact that he had one was insisted upon. The fact that he had one was insisted upon wherever he was known. His acquaintances resented the fact that he turned up. Let's see, where were we? His acquaintances resented the fact that he turned up in popular restaurants with her, and leaving her at the table, sauntering about, chatting with whomsoever he knew, though I was curious to see her. I had no desire to meet her, but I did. I went up to New York with Tom on the train one afternoon, and when we stopped by the ash heaps, he jumped to his feet and, taking hold of my elbow, literally forced me from the car. "We're getting off," he insisted. "I wanted you to meet my girl." I think he'd tanked up a good deal of luncheon, and his determination to have my company bordered on violence. The punctilious assumption was that on Sunday afternoon I had nothing better to do. I followed him over a low whitewashed railroad fence, and he walked back 100 yards along the road under Dr. Eckelberg's persistent stare. The only building in sight was a small block of yellow brick, sitting on the edge of the wasteland, and a sort of compact street ministering to it, and contiguous to absolutely nothing. One of the 3 shops it contained was for rent, and another an all-night restaurant approached by a trail of ashes. The third was a garage, repairs, George B. Wilson, cars bought and sold, and I followed Tom inside. The interior was unpreposterous and bare. The only car visible was the dust-covered wreck of a Ford which crouched in a dim corner. It had occurred to me that this shadow of a garage must be a blind, and that's sumptuous and romantic apartments were concealed overhead, when the proprietor himself appeared in the door of an office, wiping his hands on a piece of waste. He was a bold, spiritless man, anemic, and faintly handsome. When he saw us, a damp gleam of hope sprang into his light blue eyes. "Hello, Wilson, old man," said Tom, slapping him jovially on the shoulder. "How's business?" "I can't complain," answered Wilson unconvincingly. "When are you going to sell me that car?" "Next week. I've got my man working on it now." "Works pretty slow, don't he?" "No, he doesn't," said Tom coldly. "And if you feel that way about it, maybe I'd better sell it somewhere else after all." I don't mean that," explained Wilson quickly. "I just meant—" His voice faded off, and Tom glanced impatiently around the garage. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs, and in a moment the thickish figure of a woman blocked out the light from the office door. Please hold all cheering and applause until the end. Okay. I said please. I can't go on if you keep on making noise. I really cannot. If you keep on making if you keep on making noise, I'm not going to read any more from this book. Well, if that's what you want, then be careful what you ask for, because you might actually get it. To continue. She was in the middle 30s and faintly stout, but she carried her surplus flesh sensuously, as some women can. Her face, above a spotted dress of dark blue crepe de chine, contained no facet or gleam of beauty, but there was an immediately perceptible vitality about her, as if the nerves of her body were continually smoldering. She smiled slowly, and walking through her husband as if he were a ghost, shook hands with Tom, looking him flush in the eye. Then she wet her lips, and without turning around, spoke to her husband in a soft, coarse voice. "Get some chairs, why don't you? So somebody can sit down." "Oh, sure," agreed Wilson, and went down toward the little office, mingling immediately with the cement color of the walls. A white ashen dust veiled his dark suit and his pale hair, as it veiled everything in the vicinity, except his wife, who moved close to Tom. "I want to see you," said Tom intently. "Get on the next train." "All right, I'll meet you by the newsstand on the lower level." She nodded and moved away from him just as George Wilson emerged with 2 chairs from his office door. He waited for her down the road and out of sight. It was a few days before the 4th of July, and a gray, scrawny Italian child was setting torpedoes in a row along the railroad track. "Terrible place, isn't it?" said Tom, exchanging a frown with Dr. Eckelberg. "Awful. It does her good to get away. Doesn't her husband object? Wilson, he thinks she goes to see her sister in New York. He's so dumb he doesn't know he doesn't know he's alive. So Tom Buchanan and his girl and I went together to New York. Not quite together, for Miss Wilson sat discreetly in another car. Tom deferred that, much to the sensibilities of those East Eggers who might be on the train. She had changed her dress to a brown-figured muslin, which is stretched tight over a rather wide hips, as Tom helped her to the platform in New York. And the newsstand she bought a copy of Town Tattle and a moving picture magazine, and in the station drugstore some cold cream and a small flask of perfume. Upstairs in the solemn, echoing drive, she left 4 taxicabs drive away before she selected a new one, lavender-colored with gray upholstery. And in this we slid out from the mass of the station into the glowing sunshine, but immediately she turned sharply from the window and, leaning forward, tapped on the front glass. "I'm not finished." You know what? You've done it. You've done it. I'm not going to read any more. I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna sit here and nobody's gonna have any fun now. And I'm not even gonna speak in a British voice anymore. I'm just gonna be Andy, and you guys are gonna have to sit here and listen to me, and I'm gonna talk about myself. And I'm gonna tell you things about myself that are true and really deep to me. What? Why would you laugh at that? Seriously, why would you? I'm trying to talk about serious stuff and you're laughing at me. Okay, well, if I'm gonna tell you about anything else, I want you to stop laughing right now, okay? Will you stop laughing? Okay, I'm gonna tell you about transcendentalism. Why is that funny? It's something that's actually very serious to me, and you already said that you weren't going to laugh, and I mean it right now. I will walk out of here, and I will do nothing on this show if you do not give me the respect that I deserve right now. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about transcendentalism. It's a philosophical movement that developed in the late 1820s and 1830s in New England region of the United States. A core belief is the inherent goodness of people and nature. And while society and its institutions have corrupted the purity of the individual, people are at their best when truly self-reliant and independent. Transcendentalists saw divine experience inherent in the everyday. Rather than believing in a distant heaven, transcendentalists saw a physical and spiritual phenomena as part of dynamic processes rather than discrete entities. So I've been doing this for a long time, and my parents didn't always approve of everything that I did. Whenever I was a kid, I did a lot of things that made a lot of people laugh, but I wasn't always trying to make people laugh. And you know, some people don't actually understand what it's like to be laughed at, but that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about transcendentalism. I'm serious. I told you not to laugh, and you're laughing at me. And I'm much older now. I'm 74 years old, but I'm not. I'm still very sensitive, and there's certain things that I talk about, but also that I don't talk about. Like for instance, doing drugs and stuff like that. As transcendentalism, we don't need any of that. I can get to any highness, any point, any level, just through meditation. So, you guys, I'm not telling you anymore because I feel like there's just it's something that you need to find for yourself, and it's really not up to me to be the reason why you discover it. I mean, especially if you're laughing at me and laughing at it, that just tells me that you have some sort of insecurities in yourself that you're trying to work out. But I'm not too worried about any of that. I guess we could read more of The Great Gatsby if you want. Wow, you guys really mean that? You really want me to keep on reading? Okay, well, alright. I want to get one of those dogs, she said earnestly. I want to get one for the apartment. They're nice to have, a dog. We backed up to a gray old man who bore an absurd resemblance to John D. Rockefeller. In a basket swung from his neck cowered a dozen very recent puppies and an indeterminate breed. What kind are they? Asked Miss Wilson eagerly as he came to the taxi window. All kinds. What kind do you want, lady? I'd like to get one of those police dogs. I don't suppose you got that. The man peered doubtfully into the basket, plunged in his hand, and drew one up, wriggling by the back of the neck. That's no police dog, said Tom. No, it's not exactly a police dog, said the man, with disappointment in his voice. It's more of an Airedale. He passed down his hand and over the brown wash rag of a back. Look at that coat. Some coat. That's a dog. I'll never bother you with catching cold." "I think it's cute," said Miss Wilson enthusiastically. "How much is it?" "That dog," he looked at it admiringly, "that dog will cost you $10. The Airedale," undoubtedly there was an Airedale concerned in it somewhere, though its feet were startlingly white, changed hands and settled down into Miss Wilson's lap, where she fondled the weatherproof coat with rapture. "Is it a boy or a girl?" she asked delicately. That dog's a boy." "It's a bitch," said Tom decisively. "Here's your money. Go and buy 10 more dogs with it." We drove over to Fifth Avenue, so warm and soft, almost pastoral, on the summer Sunday afternoon. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a great flock of white sheep turn the corner. "Hold on," I said. I have to leave you here." "No, you don't," interposed Tom quickly. Myrtle'll be hurt if you don't come up to the apartment, won't you, Myrtle?" "Come on," she urged. "I'll telephone my sister Catherine. She's said to be very beautiful by people who ought to know." "Well, I'd like to, but—" We went on, cutting back again over the park toward West Hundreds at 158th Street. The cab stopped one slice in a long white cake of apartment houses, throwing a regal homecoming glance around the neighborhood. Miss Wilson gathered up her dog and her other purchases and went haughtily in. I am going to have the McKees come up," she announced, as we rose in the elevator, and of course I got to all up in my sister, too. The apartment was on the top floor, a small living room, a small dining room, a small bedroom, and a bath. The living room was crowded, and the doors with a set of tapestried furniture entirely too large for it, so that to move about was to stumble continually over scenes of ladies swinging in the gardens of Versailles. The only picture was an over-enlarged photograph, apparently a hen sitting on a blurred rock. Looked at from a distance, however, the hen resolved itself into a bonnet, and the countenance of a stout old lady beamed down into the room. Several old copies of Town Tattle lay on the table, together with a copy of Simon Called Peter, and some of the small scandal magazines of Broadway. Miss Wilson was first concerned with the dog. A reluctant elevator boy went for a box full of straw and some milk, to which he added on his own initiative a tin of large, hard dog biscuits, one of which decomposed apathetically in the saucer of milk all afternoon. Meanwhile, Tom brought out a bottle of whiskey from a locked bureau door. I've been drunk just twice in my life, and the second time was that afternoon, so everything that happened has a dim, hazy cast over it, although until after 8 o'clock the apartment was full of cheerful sun. Sitting on Tom's lap, Mrs. Wilson called up several people at the telephone. Then there were no cigarettes, and I went out to buy some at the drugstore on the corner. When I came back, they had disappeared, so I sat down discreetly in the living room and read a chapter of Simon Called Peter. Either it was terrible stuff or the whiskey distorted things, because it didn't make any sense to me. Just as Tom and Myrtle, after the first drink Mrs. Wilson and I called each other by our first names, reappeared, company commenced to arrive at the apartment door. The sister, Catherine, was a slender, worldly girl of about 30, with a solid sticky bob of red hair and a complexion powdered milky white. Her eyebrows had been plucked and then drawn again at a more rakish angle, but the efforts of nature toward the restoration of the old alignment gave a blurred air to her face. When she moved about, there was an incessant clicking as innumerable pottery bracelets jingled up and down upon her arms. She came in with such proprietary haste and looked around so possessively that the furniture that I wondered if she lived there. But when I asked her, she laughed immoderately, repeated my question aloud, and told me she lived with a girlfriend at a hotel. Mr. McKee was a pale, feminine man from the flat below. He had just shaved, for there was a white spot of lather on his cheekbone, and he was most respectful in his greeting to everyone in the room. He informed me that he was the autistic game. and I gathered later that he was a photographer and had made the dim enlargement of Miss Wilson's mother, which hovered like an ectoplasm on the wall. His wife was shrill, languid, handsome, and horrible. She told me with pride that her husband had photographed her 127 times since they had been married. Mrs. Wilson had changed her costume some time before, and was now attired in an elaborate afternoon dress of cream-colored chiffon, which gave out a continual rustle as she swept about the room. With the influence of the dress, her personality had also undergone a change. The intense vitality that had been so remarkable in the garage was converted into impressive hauteur. Her laughter, her gestures, her assertions became more violently affected moment by moment as she expanded the room, grew smaller around her, until she seemed to be revolving on a noisy creaking pivot through the smoky air. "My dear," she told her sister in a high, mincing shout, "most of these fellas will cheat you every time. All they think of is money. I had a woman up here last week to look at my feet, and when she gave me the bill, you'd have thought she had my appendix taken out." "What was the name of the woman?" asked Mrs. McKee. "Mrs. Eberhard. She goes round looking at people's feet in their own homes." "I like your dress," remarked Mrs. McKee. "I think it's adorable." Mrs. Wilson rejected the compliment by raising her eyebrow in disdain. "It's just a crazy old thing," she said. "I just slip in on sometimes when I don't care what I look like, but it looks wonderful on you, if you know what I mean," pursued Mrs. McKee. "If Chester could only get you in that pose, I think he could make something of it." We all looked in silence at Mrs. Wilson, who removed a strand of hair from over her eyes and looked back at us with a brilliant smile. Mr. McKee regarded her intently, with his head on one side, and then moved his hand back and forth slowly in front of his face. "I should change the light," he said after a moment. "I'd like to bring out the modeling of the features, and I'd try to get a hold of all the back hair." "I wouldn't think of changing the light," cried Mrs. McKee. "I think it's—" Her husband said, "Shh," and we all looked at the subject again, whereupon Tom Buchanan yawned audibly and got to his feet. "You McKees have something to drink," he said. "Get some more ice and mineral water. Myrtle, before everybody goes to sleep." "I told that boy about the ice." Myrtle raised her eyebrows in despair at the shiftlessness of the lower disorders. "These people, you have to keep after them all the time." She looked at me and laughed pointlessly. Then she flounced over the dog, kissed it with ecstasy, and swept into the kitchen, implying that a dozen chefs awaited her orders there. "I've done some nice things out on Long Island," asserted Mr. McKee. Tom looked at him blankly. "Two of them we have framed downstairs." "Two what?" demanded Tom. "Two studies. One of them I call Montauk Point, the Gulls, and the other I call Montauk the Sea." The Sister Catherine sat down beside me on the couch. "Do you live down on Long Island, too?" she inquired. "I live at West Egg." "Really? I was down there at a party about a month ago. A man named Gatsby's. Do you know him?" "I live next door to him." "Well, they say he's a nephew or a cousin of Kaiser Wilhelm's. That's where all his money comes from." "Really?" She nodded. "I'm scared of him. I'd hate to have him get anything on me." This absorbing information about my neighbor was interrupted by Mrs. McKee's pointing suddenly at Catherine. "Chester, I think you could do something with her." She broke out, but Mr. McKee only nodded in a bored way and turned his attention to Tom. "I'd like to do more work on Long Island. If I could get to the entry, all I ask is that they should give me a start." "Ask Myrtle," said Tom, breaking into a short spout of laughter as Mrs. Wilson entered with a tray. "She'll give you a letter of introduction, won't you, Myrtle?" "Do what?" she asked, startled. "You'll give McKee a letter of introduction to your husband, so that she can do some studies of him." His lips moved silently for the moment as he invented George B. Wilson at the gas line pump, or something like that. I have told you guys not to be laughing, and it really does interrupt me, and You made me lose my place and my page. Thanks. Thank you. Now because of you, we are gonna have to listen to. We're gonna have to listen to the next Grateful Dead show. So, oh, that makes you happy? That you'd rather listen to the Grateful Dead, some fan tape recording that's available online, rather than the greatest work of American literature of all times? I mean, I don't see why you guys even are staying around here. Like, why don't you just leave? What I mean, come on, viewers. I don't need you. Okay. Well, we're not gonna. I'm gonna read more. Catherine leaned close to me and whispered in my ear, "Neither of them can stand the person they're married to. They can't, can they? Can't stand them." She looked at Myrtle and then at Tom. "What I say is, why go on living with them if they can't stand them? If I was them, I'd get a divorce and get married to each other right away." "Doesn't she like Wilson either?" The answer to this was unexpected. It came from Myrtle, who had overheard the question, and it was violent and obscene. "You see," cried Catherine triumphantly. She lowered her voice again. "It's really his wife that's keeping them apart. She's a Catholic, and they don't believe in divorce." Daisy was not a Catholic, and I was a little shocked at the elaborateness of the lie. "When they do get married," continued Catherine, "they're going west to live for a while until it blows over. I'd be more discreet to go to Europe." "Oh, do you like Europe?" she exclaimed surprisingly. "I just got back from Monte Carlo." "Really? Just last year I went over there with another girl." "Stay long?" "No, we just went to Monte Carlo and back. We went by way of Marseille. We had over $1,200 when we started, but when we got gypped out of it all in 2 days in the private rooms, we had an awful time getting back. I can tell you, God, how I hated that town. The late afternoon sky bloomed in the window for a moment, like the blue honey from the Mediterranean, and then the shrill voice of Mrs. McKee called me back into the room. I almost made a mistake too, she declared vigorously. I almost married a little kike who had been after me for years. I knew he was below me. Everybody kept saying to me, "Lucille, that man's way below you." But if I hadn't met Chester, he'd have got me sure. "Yes, but listen," said Myrtle Wilson, nodding her head up and down. "At least you didn't marry him." "I know I didn't." "Well, I married him," said Myrtle ambiguously, "and that's the difference between your case and mine." "Why did you, Myrtle?" demanded Catherine. "Nobody forced you to." Myrtle considered. "I married him because I thought he was a gentleman," she finally said. "I thought he knew something about breeding, but he wasn't fit to lick my shoe." "You were crazy about him for a while," said Catherine. "Crazy about him?" cried Myrtle incredulously. "Who said I was crazy about him? I never was any more crazy about him than I was about that man there." She pointed suddenly at me, and everyone looked at me accusingly. I tried to show by my expression that I had played no part in her past. The only crazy I was when I married him, I knew right away I made a mistake. He borrowed somebody's best suit to get married in, and never even told me about it. And then the man came after it, only one day after, when he was out. "Oh, is that your suit?" I said. This is the first I ever heard about it, but I gave it to him, and then I lay down and cried and beat the band all afternoon. "She really ought to get away from him," resumed Catherine. "To me, they've been living over that garage for 11 years, and Tom's the very first sweetie she ever had." The bottle of whiskey, a second one, was now in constant demand by all present, excepting Catherine, who felt just as good on nothing at all. Tom rang for the janitor and sent him for some celebrated sandwiches, which were a complete supper in themselves. I wanted to get out and walk southward toward the park through the soft twilight, but each time I tried to go, I became entangled in some wild, strident argument, which pulled me back, as if with ropes, into my chair, yet high over this Yet high over the city, our line of yellow windows must have contributed their share of human secrecy to the casual watcher in the darkening streets. And I was home too, looking up and wondering. I was within and without, simultaneously enchanted and repelled by the inexhaustible variety of life. Myrtle pulled her chair close to mine, and suddenly her warm breath poured over me the story of her first meeting with Tom. It was on the two little seats facing each other that are always the last ones left on the train. I was going up to New York to see my sister and spend the night. He had on a dress suit and patent leather boots, and I couldn't keep my eyes off him. But every time he looked at me, I had to pretend to be looking at the advertisement over his head. When we came into the station, he was next to me, and his white shirt front pressed against my arm, and so I told him I'd have to call a policeman. But he knew I lied. I was so excited that when I got into a taxi with him, I didn't hardly know I was getting into a subway train. All I kept thinking about over and over was, "You can't live forever. You can't live forever." She turned to Mrs. McKee, and the room rang full of her artificial laughter. "My dear," she cried, "I'm going to give you this dress as soon as I'm through with it. I've got to get another one tomorrow. I'm going to make a list of all the things I've got to get. A massage, and a wave, and a color for the dog, and one of those cute little ashtrays where you touch a spring, and a wreath with a small black silk bow from Mother's grave that'll last all summer. I got to write down a list so that I don't forget all the things I got to do." It was 9 o'clock. Almost immediately afterwards, I looked at my watch and found it was 10. Mr. McKee was asleep on a chair with his fist clenched in his lap, like a photograph of a man of action. Taking out my handkerchief, I wiped from his cheek the remains of the spot of dried lather that had worried me all the afternoon. The little dog was sitting on the table looking with blind eyes through the smoke, and from time to time groaning faintly. People disappeared, reappeared, made plans to go somewhere, and then lost each other, searched for each other, found each other a few feet away. Sometime toward midnight, Tom Buchanan and Mrs. Wilson stood face to face discussing the impassioned voices, whether Mrs. Wilson had any right to mention Daisy's name. "Daisy, Daisy, Daisy," shouted Mrs. Wilson. "I'll say it whenever I want to. Daisy, the making a short, deft movement. Tom Buchanan broke her nose with his open hand. Then there were bloody towels upon the bathroom floor, and women's voices scolding. And high over the confusion, a long broken wail of pain. Mr. McKee awoke from his doze and started in a daze toward the door. Then, when he had gone halfway, turned around and stared at the scene. His wife and Catherine scolding and consoling as they stumbled here and there among the crowded furniture with articles of aid, and the despairing figure on the couch bleeding fluently and trying to spread a copy of Town Tattle over the tapestry scenes of Versailles. Then Mr. McKee turned and continued out the door. Taking my hat from the chandelier, I followed. "Come to lunch some day," he suggested, as we groaned down in the elevator. "Where?" "Anywhere." "Keep your hands off the lever," snapped the elevator boy. "I beg your pardon," said Mr. McKee with dignity. "I didn't know I was touching it." "All right," I agreed. "I'll be glad to." I was standing beside his bed, and he was sitting up between the sheets, clad in his underwear, with a great portfolio in his hands. Beauty and the Beast, Loneliness, Old Grocery Horse, Broken Bridge. Then I was lying half asleep in the cold lower level of the Pennsylvania station, staring at the Morning Tribune and waiting for the 4 o'clock train. And I thank you very much for your patience. That was the end of chapter 2. Now we're going to listen to the next Grateful Dead show. These are going in a chronological order. So that was May 3rd, and our next one is going to be May 7th, and that is at the Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, California. We're going to start with their second most played song, and then followed by their most played song. Me and My Uncle is, of course, the Grateful Dead's second most played song, and Tuning is their first most played song. So, thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Andy Kaufman, and I am here to help Trime Taveler with his wonderful stream of Trime Taveling. Stay posted, and after dark, we're going to watch some of my favorite silent films.
That is the end of May 7th, 1969. Thank you very much. You're watching Trime Taveler. I am Andy Kaufman, and right now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my home. I'm from the land, an island in the Caspian Sea. It is called Caspiar. It sank, and that is why I am Andy Kaufman. And if you like to listen to the Grateful Dead, a lot of my friends ask me, Andy, do you like the Grateful Dead or the Beatles better? And I always tell them Elvis, but that is just my own personal opinion, and I will keep it to myself because today's show is about you. And if you're here to watch the Grateful Dead with me, then that means that you can listen with me, with us all, and we'll all be very happy, and it'll be great. So anyway, before we go, I'm gonna do one more thing. I'm going to hand the microphone back over to my friend, and we are going to listen to him read some more from The Great Gatsby. All right, and here you go.
Thank you, Andy. Anyway, this is Andy Kaufman again. Of course, multiple personality disorder. Who knows what it is? Who really even cares what it is? Regardless, Chapter 3. There was music from my neighbor's house through the summer nights. In his blue gardens, men and girls came and went like moths among whisperings, and the champagne and the stars. At high tide in the afternoon, I watched his guests diving from the tower of his raft, or taking the sun on the hot sand of his beach, while his two motorboats slit the waters of the Sound, drawing aquaplanes over cataracts of foam. On weekends, his Rolls-Royce became an omnibus, bearing parties to and from the city between 9 in the morning and long past midnight, while his station wagon scampered like a brisk yellow bug to meet all terrains, and on Mondays, 8 servants, including an extra gardener, toiled all day with mops and scrubbing brushes and hammers, and garden shears, repairing the ravages of the night before. Every Friday, 5 crates of oranges and lemons arrived from the fruitier in New York. Every Monday, these same oranges and lemons left his back door in a pyramid of pulpless halves. There was a machine in the kitchen which could extract the juice of 200 oranges in half an hour. If a little button was pressed 200 times by a butler's thumb, that is. At least once a fortnight a corps of caterers come down with several hundred feet of canvas and enough colored lights to make a Christmas tree of Gatsby's enormous garden. On buffet tables garnished with glistening hors d'oeuvres, spiced baked hams, crowded against salads of eloquent designs, and pastry pigs and turkeys bewitched to a dark gold. In the main hall, a bar with real brass rail was set up and stocked with gins and liquors, and with cordials so long forgotten that most of his female guests were too young to know one from the other. By 7 o'clock, the orchestra has arrived. No thin 5-piece affair, but a whole pitful of oboes and trombones, and saxophones and viols and cornets and piccolos and low and high drums. The last swimmers have come in from the beach now and are dressing upstairs. The cars from New York are parked in 5 deep in the drive, and already the halls and salons and verandas are gaudy with primary colors and hair shorn in strange new ways, and shawls beyond the dreams of Castile. The bar is in full swing, and floating rounds of cocktails permeate the garden outside until the air is alive with chatter and laughter, and casual innuendo and introductions forgotten on the spot, and enthusiastic meetings between women who never knew each other's names. The lights grow brighter as the earth lurches away from the sun, and now the orchestra is playing yellow cocktail music, and the opera of voices pitches a key higher. Laughter is easier minute by minute, spilled with prodigality, tipped out at a cheerful world. The groups change more swiftly. Well, new arrivals dissolve and form in the same breath. Already there are wanderers, confident girls who weave here and there among the stouter and more stable, become for a sharp, joyous moment at the center of a group, and then, excited with triumph, glide on through the sea change of faces and voices and color under the constant changing light. Suddenly, one of the gypsies in trembling opal seizes a cocktail out of the air, dumps it down for courage, and moving her hands like Frisco, dances out alone on the canvas platform. A momentary hush. The orchestra leader varies its rhythm obligingly for her, and there is a burst of chatter as the erroneous news goes around that she is Gilda Gray's understudy from the Follies. The party has begun. I believe that on the first night I went to Gatsby's house, I was one of the few guests who had actually been invited. People were not invited. They went there. They got into automobiles which bore them out to Long Island, and somehow they end up at Gatsby's door. Once there, they were introduced by someone who knew Gatsby, and after that they conducted themselves according to the rules of behavior associated with amusement parks. Sometimes they came and went without having met Gatsby at all. Came for the party with a simplicity of heart that was its own ticket of admission. I had been actually invited. A chauffeur in a uniform of robin's egg blue crossed my lawn early that Saturday morning with a surprisingly formal note from his employer. The honor will be entirely Gatsby's, it said, if I would attend his little party that night. He had seen me several times and had intended to call on me long before, but a peculiar combination of circumstances had prevented it. Signed J. Gatsby in a majestic hand. Dressed up in a white flannel, I went over his lawn a little after 7 and wandered around rather ill at ease among swirls and eddies of people. I don't know. Though here and there was a face I had noticed on the commuting train, I was immediately struck by the number of young Englishmen dotted about, all well-dressed, all looking a little hungry, and all talking in low, earnest voices to solid and prosperous Americans. I was sure that they were selling something, bonds or insurance or automobiles. They were at least agonizingly aware of the easy money in the vicinity and convinced that it was theirs for a few words in the right key. As soon as I arrived, I made an attempt to find out my host, but the 2 or 3 people of whom I asked his whereabouts stared at me in such an amazed way and denied vehemently any knowledge of his movements that I slunk off into the direction of the cocktail table, the only place in the garden where a single man could linger without looking purposeless and alone. I was on my way to get roaring drunk from sheer embarrassment when Jordan Baker came out of the house and stood at the head of the marble steps, leaning a little backward and looking with contemptuous interest down into the garden. Welcome or not, I found it necessary to attach myself somewhat before I should begin to address cordial remarks to the passers-by. "Hello," I roared, advancing toward her. My voice seemed unnaturally loud across the garden. "I thought you might be here," she responded absently as I came up. "I remembered you lived next door to—" She held my hand impersonally as a promise that she'd take care of me in a minute, and gave ear to 2 girls in twin yellow dresses who stopped at the foot of the steps. "Hello," they cried together. "Sorry you didn't win." That was for the golf tournament she had lost in the finals the week before. "You don't know who we are," said one of the girls in yellow, "but we met you out here about a month ago." "You've dyed your hair since then," remarked Jordan, and I started, but the girls had moved casually on, and a remark was addressed to the premature moon, produced like the supper, no doubt, out of a caterer's basket, with Jordan's slender golden arm resting in mine. We descended the steps and sauntered about the garden. A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight, and we sat down at a table with 2 girls in yellow and 3 men. Each one introduced us as Mr. Mumble. "Do you come to these parties often?" inquired Jordan of the girl beside her. "The last one was the one I met you at," answered the girl. In an alert, confident voice, she turned unto her companion. "Wasn't it for you, Lucille?" Now, please, I've asked you through chapter 1 and chapter 2 to save your applauding and all of your laughter until I'm done with the book, and we are only on chapter 3 right now. So I would really appreciate it, because we have a long way to go, if you could just save your applause until then. Okay, thank you. Well, applauding more is not what I was asking for. Okay. And I'm not asking you to laugh either. Please stop so that I can continue this. There's a lot left to do, and we only have so much time while I'm here. Anyway, and then it's going to be a long time that I'll be gone after that. So you're definitely going to miss me. If I were you, I would just keep your applause to yourself and let me finish. Where was I? Tray of cocktails floated through the twilight, and we sat down at a table with the 2 girls in yellow and 3 men. Each one introduced us as Mr. Mumble. "Do you come to these parties often?" inquired Jordan of the girl beside her. "The last one was the one I met you at," answered the girl. In an alert, confident voice, she turned to her companion. "Wasn't it for you, Lucille?" "It was for Lucille, too. I like to come," Lucille said. "I never care what to do, so I always have a good time. When I was here last, I tore my gown in a chair, and he asked me my name and address. Inside of a week, I got a package from Croyer's with a new evening gown inside of it." "Did you keep it?" asked Jordan. "Sure I did. I was going to wear it tonight, but it was too big in the bust and had to be altered. It was blue with lavender beads. $265. "There's something funny about a fellow that'll do anything like that," said the girl eagerly. "He doesn't want any trouble with anybody." "Who doesn't?" I inquired. "Gatsby, somebody told me." The 2 girls and Jordan leaned together confidentially. "Somebody told me they thought he killed a man once." A thrill passed over all of us. The 3 Mr. Mumbles bent forward and listened eagerly. "I don't think it's so much that," argued Lucille skeptically. "It's more that he was a German spy during the war." One of the men nodded in confirmation. "I heard that from a man who knew all about him, grew up with him in Germany." He assured us positively. "Oh no," said the first girl. "It couldn't be that, because he was in the American army during the war." As our credulity switched back to her, she leaned forward with enthusiasm. "You look at him sometimes when he thinks nobody's looking at him. I'll bet he killed a man." She narrowed her eyes and shivered. Lucille shivered. We all turned and looked around for Gatsby. It was testimony to the romantic speculation he inspired that there were whispers about him from those who found little that it was necessary to whisper about in this world. The first supper, where there would be another one after midnight, was now being served, and the Jordan invited me to join her own party, who were spread around the table at the other side of the garden. There were 3 married couples, and Jordan's escort, a persistent undergraduate, given to violent innuendo, and obviously under the impression that sooner or later Jordan was going to yield him up her person to a greater or lesser degree. Instead of rambling, this party had preserved a dignified homogeneity, and assumed to itself the function of representing the staid nobility of the countryside. East Egg consenting to the West Egg, and carefully on guard against its spectroscopic gaiety. "Let's get out," whispered Jordan, after a somehow wasteful and inappropriate half-hour. "This is much too polite for me." We got up, and she explained that we are going to find the host. I had never met him, she said, and it was making me uneasy. The graduate nodded in a cynical, melancholy way. The bar, where we glanced first, was crowded, but Gatsby was not there. She couldn't find him from the top of the steps, and he wasn't on veranda. On a chance we tried an important-looking door and walked into a high Gothic library, paneled with carved English oak and probably transported completely from some ruin overseas. A stout middle-aged man with enormous owl-eyed spectacles was sitting somewhat drunk on the edge of the great table, staring with unsteady concentration at the shelves of books. As we entered, the wheeled excitedly around, examined Jordan from head to foot. "What do you think?" he demanded impetuously. "About what?" He waved his hand towards the bookshelves. "About that. As a matter of fact, you needn't bother to ascertain. I ascertained they're real." "The books?" He nodded. "Absolutely real. Have pages and everything. I've thought they'd be a nice durable cardboard. Matter of fact, they're absolutely real. Pages and... Here, let me show you." Taking skepticism for granted, he rushed to the bookcases and returned with Volume 1 of Stoddard Lectures. "See," he cried triumphantly, "it's a bona fide piece of printed matter. It fooled me. This fella's a regular Belasco. It's a triumph. What a thoroughness. What realism. Knew when to stop, too. Didn't cut the pages. But what do you want? What do you expect?" He snatched the book from me and replaced it hastily onto its shelf, muttering that if one brick was removed, the whole library was able to collapse. "Who brought you?" he demanded. "Or did you just come?" "I was brought. Most people were brought." Jordan looked at him alertly, cheerfully, without answering. "I was brought by a woman named Roosevelt," he continued. "Mrs. Claude Roosevelt. Do you know her? I met her somewhere last night. I've been drunk for about a week now, and I thought it might sober me up to sit in a library." "Has it?" "A little bit. I think I can't tell yet. I've only been here an hour. Did I tell you about the books? They're real." "There. You told us." We shook hands with him gravely and went back outdoors. There was dancing now on the canvas in the garden, old men pushing young girls backward in eternal graceless circles, superior couples holding each other tortuously, fashionably and keeping in the corners, and a great number of single girls dancing individualistically, or relieving the orchestra for a moment of the burden of the banjo or the traps. By midnight, the hilarity had increased. A celebrated tenor had sung in Italian, and a notorious contralto had sung in jazz, and between the numbers people were doing stunts all over the garden, while happy, vicious spurts of laughter rose toward the summer sky. A pair of stage twins, who turned out to be the girls in yellow, did a baby act in costume, and champagne was served in bigger glasses, bigger than finger bowls. The moon had risen higher, and floating in the sound was a triangle of silver scales, trembling a little to the stiff, tinny drip of the banjos on the lawn. I was still with Jordan Baker. We were sitting at a table with a man of about my age and rowdy little girl who gave way upon the slightest provocation to uncontrollable laughter. I was enjoying myself now. I had taken 2 finger bowls of champagne, and the scene had changed from before my eyes into something significant, elemental, and profound. At a lull in the entertainment, the man looked at me and smiled. "Your face is familiar," he said politely. "Weren't you in the 3rd Division during the war?" "Why, yes, I was in the 9th Machine Gun Battalion. I was in the 7th Infantry until June 1918. I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. We talked for a moment about some wet, gray little villages in France. Evidently he lived in this vicinity, for he told me that he'd just brought a hydroplane and was going to try it out in the morning." "Want to go with me, old sport?" "Just near the shore, along the Sound." "What time?" "Any time that suits you best." It was on the tip of my tongue to ask his name when Jordan looked around and smiled. "Having a gay time now?" she inquired. "Much better." I turned again to my new acquaintance. "This is an unusual party for me. I haven't even seen the host. I live over there." I waved my hand at the invisible edge in the distance, and this man Gatsby sent over his chauffeur with an invitation. For a moment he looked at me as if he failed to understand. "I'm Gatsby," he said suddenly. "What?" I exclaimed. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you knew, old sport. I'm afraid I'm not very good host." He smiled understandingly, much more understandingly. It was one of those rare smiles with a quality of eternal reassurance in it that you may come across 4 or 5 times in life, if faced or even seem to face, the whole eternal world for an instant, and then concentrated on you with an irresistible prejudice in your favor. It understood you just so far as you wanted to be understood, believed in you, you would like to believe in yourself, and assured you that it was precisely the impression that of you that at your best you hoped to convey. Precisely at that point it vanished, and I was looking at an elegant young roughneck, a year or two over 30, whose elaborate formality of speech just missed being absurd. Some time before he introduced himself, I'd got a strong impression that he was picking his words with care. Almost at the same moment when Mr. Gatsby identified himself, a butler hurried toward him with the information that Chicago was calling him on the wire. He excused himself with a small bow that included each of us in turn. "If you want anything, just ask for it, old sport," he urged me. "Excuse me, I will rejoin you later." Whenever he was gone, I turned immediately to Jordan, constrained to assure her of my surprise. I had expected that Mr. Gatsby would be a florid and corpulent person in his middle years. "Who is he?" I demanded. "Do you know? He's just a man named Gatsby. Where's he from, I mean? And what does he do?" Now you've started the subject," she answered with a wan smile. "Well, he told me once that he was an Oxford man." A dim background started to take shape behind him, but at her next remark it faded away. "However, I don't believe it." "Why not?" "I don't know," she insisted. "I just don't think he went there." Something in her tone reminded me of the other girls. "I think he killed a man, and had the effect of stimulating my curiosity." I would have accepted without any question the information that Gatsby sprang from the swamps of Louisiana or from the Lower East Side of New York. That was comprehensible, but young men didn't. At least in my provincial inexperience, I believe they didn't. Drift coolly out of nowhere, and buy a palace on Long Island Sound. Anyhow, he gives large parties, said Jordan, changing the subject with an urbane distaste for the concrete. "And I like large parties. They're so intimate. At small parties there isn't any privacy." There was the boom of a bass drum, and the voice of the orchestra leader rang out suddenly above the echolalia of the garden. "Ladies and gentlemen," he cried, "at the request of Mr. Gatsby, we are going to play for you Mr. Vladimir Tostov's latest work, which attracted so much attention at Carnegie Hall last May. If you read the papers, you will know there was a big sensation," he smiled, with a jovial condescension, and added, "some sensation," whereupon everybody laughed. "The piece is known," he concluded lustily, "as Vladimir Tostov's Jazz History of the World." The nature of Mr. Tostov's composition eluded me, because just as it began my eyes fell on Gatsby, standing alone on the marble steps and looking from one group to another with approving eyes. His tan skin was drawn attractively tight on his face, and his short hair looked as though it were trimmed every day. I could see nothing sinister about him. I wondered if the fact that he was not drinking helped me to set him off from his guests, for it seemed to me that he grew more correct as the fraternal hilarity increased. When the Jazz History of the World was over, girls were putting their heads on men's shoulders in a puppyish, convivial way. Girls were swooning backwards playfully into men's arms, even into groups, knowing that some would arrest their falls, but no one swooned backward at Gatsby, and no French bob touched Gatsby's shoulder, and no singing quartets were formed with Gatsby's head for one link. "I beg your pardon." Gatsby's butler was suddenly standing beside us. "Miss Baker," he inquired, "I beg your pardon, but Mr. Gatsby would like to speak to you alone." "With me?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, madame." She got up slowly, raising her eyebrows at me in astonishment, and followed the butler toward the house. I noticed that she wore her evening dress, all her dresses, like sports clothes. There was a jauntiness about her movements, as if she had first learned to walk upon golf courses on clean, crisp mornings. I was alone, and it was almost 2. For some time confused and intriguing sounds and issued from a long, many-windowed room which overhung the terrace, eluding Jordan's undergraduate, who was now engaged in an obstetrical conversation with 2 chorus girls, and who implored me to join him. I went inside. The large room was full of people. One of the girls in yellow was playing the piano, and beside her stood a tall, red-haired young lady from a famous chorus engaged in song. She had drunk a quantity of champagne, and during the chorus of her song she had decided ineptly that everything was very, very sad. She was not only singing, she was weeping too. Whenever there was a pause in the song, she filled it with gasping, broken sobs, and then took up the lyric again in a quavering soprano. The tears coursed down her cheeks, not freely, however, for when they came into contact with her heavily beaded eyelashes, they assumed an inky color and pursued the rest of their way in slow black rivulets. A humorous suggestion was made that she sing the notes on her face, whereupon she threw up her hands, sank into a chair, and went off into a deep, fatuous sleep. She had a flight with a man who says he's her husband, explained a girl at my elbow. I looked around. Most of the remaining women were now having fights with men said to be their husbands. Even Jordan's party, the quartet from the East Egg, were rent asunder by dissension. One of the men was talking with a curious intensity to a young actress, and his wife, after attempting to laugh at the situation in a dignified and indifferent way, broke down entirely and resorted to flank attacks. At intervals, she appeared suddenly at his side, like an angry diamond, and hissed, "You promised," into his ear. The reluctance to go home was not confined to wayward men. The hall was at present occupied by 2 deplorably sober men and their highly indignant wives. The wives were sympathizing with each other in slightly raised voices. Whenever he sees I'm having a good time, he wants to go home. Never heard anything so selfish in my life. We're always the first ones to leave. So are we. Well, we're almost always last tonight, said one of the men sheepishly. The orchestra left half an hour ago. In spite of the wives' agreement that much malevolence was beyond credibility, the dispute ended in a short struggle, and both wives were lifted kicking into the night. As I waited for my hat in the hall, the door of the library opened, and Jordan, Baker, and Gatsby came out together. He was saying some last words to her, but the eagerness in his manner tightened abruptly into formality as several people approached him to say goodbye. Jordan's party were calling impatiently to her from the porch, but she lingered for a moment to shake hands. "I've just heard the most amazing thing," she whispered. "How long were we in there?" "Why, about an hour. It was simply amazing," she repeated abstractly, "but I swore I wouldn't tell it, and here I am tantalizing you." She yawned gracefully in my face. "Please come and see. Phone book, under the name of Miss Sigourney Howard, my aunt." She was hurrying off as she talked. Her brow hand waved a jaunty salute as she melted into her party at the door. Rather ashamed that on the first appearance I had stayed so late, I joined the last of Gatsby's guests, who were clustered around him. I wanted to explain that I'd hunted for him early in the evening, and to apologize for not having known him in the garden. "Don't mention it," he enjoyed me eagerly. Don't give it any other thought, old sport." The familiar expression held no more familiarity than the hand which reassuringly brushed my shoulder. "And don't forget, we're going up in the hydroplane tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Then the butler, behind his shoulder, "Philadelphia wants you on the phone, sir." "All right, and in a moment. Tell them I'll be right there. Good night. Good night." "Good night," he smiled, and suddenly there seemed to be a pleasant significance in having been among the last to go, as if he had desired it all the time. "Good night, old sport, good night." But as I walked down the steps, I saw that the evening was not quite over. 50 feet from the door, a dozen headlights illuminated a bizarre and tumultuous scene in the ditch beside the road. Right side up, but violently shorn of one wheel, rested a new coupe which had left Gatsby's drive not 2 minutes before. The sharp jut of the wall accounted for the detachment of the wheel, which was now getting considerable attention from half a dozen curious chauffeurs. However, as they had left their cars blocking the road, a harsh discordant din from those in the rear had been audible for some time and added to the already violent confusion of the scene. A man in a long duster had dismounted from the wreck and now stood in the middle of the road, looking from the car to the tire and from the tire to the observers in a pleasant, puzzled way. "See," he explained, "it went in the ditch." The fact was infinitely astonishing to him, and I recognized first the unusual quality of wonder and then the man. It was the late patron of Gatsby's library. "How did it happen?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know nothing whatever about mechanics," he said decisively. "But how did it happen? Did you run into a wall?" "Don't ask me," said Aloys, washing his hands of the old matter. "I know very little about driving. Next to nothing. It happened, and that's all I know. Well, if you're a poor driver, you oughtn't to try driving at night." "But I wasn't even trying," he explained indignantly. "I wasn't even trying." An odd hush fell upon the bystanders. "Do you want to commit suicide? You're lucky it was just at a wheel. A bad driver could not even try." "You don't understand," explained the criminal. "I wasn't driving. There's another man in the car." The shock that followed this declaration found voice in a sustained "Ah!" as the door of the coupe swung slowly open. The crowd, it was now a crowd, stepped back involuntarily, and when the door had opened wide, there was a ghostly pause. Then, very gradually, part by part, a pale, dangling individual stepped out of the wreck, pawing tentatively at the ground with a large, uncertain dancing shoe. Blinded by the glare of the headlights and confused by the incessant groaning of the horns, the apparition stood swaying for a moment before he perceived the man in the duster. "What's matter?" he inquired calmly. "Did we run out of gas? Look." Half a dozen fingers pointed at the amputated wheel, as he stared at it for a moment, and then looked upward as though he suspected that it had dropped from the sky. "It came off," someone explained. He nodded. "At first I didn't notice we'd stopped." A pause, then taking a long breath and straightening his shoulders, he remarked in a determined voice, Wonder if tell me where there's gas line station. At least a dozen men, some of them little better off than he was explained to them. That wheel was in the car was no longer joined by any physical bond. "Back out," he suggested, after a moment. "Put her in reverse." "But the wheel's off," he hesitated. "No harm in trying," he said. The caterwauling horns had reached a crescendo, and I turned away and cut across the lawn toward home. I glanced back once. A wafer of a moon was shining over Gatsby's house, making the night fine as before, and surviving the laughter and the sound of his still glowing garden. A sudden emptiness. A sudden emptiness seemed to flow from the windows and the great doors, endowing with the complete isolation the figure of the host, who stood on the porch, his hand up in a formal gesture of farewell. Reading over what I have written so far, I see I have given the impression that the events of 3 nights several weeks apart were all that absorbed me. On the contrary, they were merely casual events in a crowded summer, and until much later they absorbed me infinitely less than my personal affairs. Most of the time I worked. In the early morning, the sun threw my shadow westward. As I hurried down the white chasms of lower New York in the Property Trust, I knew the other clerks and young bond salesmen by their first names. and lunched with them in dark, crowded restaurants on little pig sausages and smashed potatoes and coffee. I even had a short affair with a girl who lived in Jersey and worked in the accounting department, but her brother began throwing mean looks at my direction, so when we went on her vacation in July, I let it blow quietly away. I took dinner usually at the Yale Club. For some reason it was the gloomiest event of my day, and then I went upstairs to the library and studied investments and securities for a conscientious hour. Airplane. Okay, you don't have to laugh at that. Again, save your cheers until the end. I hope you know that this is not easy for a person to read an entire book. All right, most people can't even finish an entire book. So, I know a lot of you probably can't even read, but I'm reading it for you. So listen carefully, because it is the greatest work of American literature ever written, which I actually disagree with, but that was my teacher's opinion. I began to like New York, the racy, adventurous feel of it at night, and the satisfaction that the constant flicker of men and women and machines gives the restless eye. I like to walk up Fifth Avenue and pick out romantic women from the crowd and imagine that in a few minutes I was going to enter into their lives and no one would ever know or disapprove. Sometimes in my mind I followed them to their apartments on the corners of hidden streets, and they turned and smiled back at me before they faded through a door into a warm darkness. At the enchanted metropolitan twilight, I felt a haunting loneliness sometimes, and felt it in others, poor young clerks, who loitered in front of windows, waiting until it was time for a solitary restaurant dinner. Young clerks in the dusk, waiting most poignant moments of night and life. Again, at 8 o'clock, when the dark lanes of the 40s were 5 deep with throbbing taxicabs bound for the theater district, I felt a sinking in my heart. Forms leaned together in the taxis as they waited, and the voices sang, and there was laughter from unheard jokes, and lighted cigarettes outlined unintelligible 70 gestures inside, imagining that I too was hurrying toward gaiety and sharing their intimate excitement. I wished them well. For a while I lost sight of Jordan Baker, and then in midsummer I found her again. At first I was flattered to go places with her because she was a golf champion and everyone knew her name. Then it was something more. I wasn't actually in love, but I felt a sort of tender curiosity. The bored, haughty face that she turned to the world concealed something. Most affections conceal something, eventually, even though they don't in the beginning. And one day I found what it was. When we were on a house party together up in Warwick, she left a borrowed car out in the rain with the top down, and then lied about it. And suddenly I remembered the story about her that had eluded me that night at Daisy's. At her first big golf tournament there was a row that nearly reached the newspapers, a suggestion that she had moved her ball from a bad lie in the semifinal round. The thing approached the proportions of a scandal, then died away. A caddy retracted his statement, and the only other witness admitted that he might have been mistaken. The incident and the name had remained together in my mind. Jordan Baker instinctively avoided clever, shrewd men, and now I saw that this was because she felt safer on a plane, where any divergence from a code would be thought impossible. She was incurably dishonest. She wasn't able to endure being at a disadvantage, and, given this unwillingness, I suppose she had begun dealing in subterfuges when she was very young in order to keep that cool. Insolent smile turned to the world and yet satisfy the demands of her hard, jaunty body. It made no difference to me. Dishonesty in a woman is a thing you never blame deeply. I was casually sorry, and then I forgot. It was on that same house party that we had a curious conversation about driving a car. It started because she passed so close to some workman that our fender flicked a button on one man's coat. "You're a rotten driver," I protested. "Either you ought to be more careful, or you oughtn't to drive at all." "I am careful." "No, you're not." "Well, other people are," she said lightly. "What's that got to do with it?" "They'll keep out of my way," she insisted. "It takes two to make an accident." "Suppose you met somebody just as careless as yourself." "I hope I never will," she answered. "I hate careless people. That's why I like you." Her gray, sun-strained eyes stared straight ahead, but she had deliberately shifted our relations, and for a moment I thought I loved her. But I am slow-thinking and full of interior rules that act as brakes on my desires, and I knew that first I had to get myself definitely out of that tangle back home. I'd been writing letters once a week and signing them "Love, Nick," and all I could think of was how, when that certain girl played tennis, a faint mustache of perspiration appeared on her upper lip. Nevertheless, there was a vague understanding that had to be tactfully broken off before I was free. Everyone suspects himself of at least one of the cardinal virtues, and this is mine. I am one of the few honest people that I have ever known. Thank you for listening. That was Chapter 3 of The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. I am Andy Kaufman, and you are watching The Legend of Trime Taveler. And now I am... Trime Taveler is going to have me get stoned, and we're going to see how that works out. Okay. Alright. Now, I don't know if I'm supposed to do this on camera or not, but I'm going to do it anyway, and then I'm going to describe it to you, just in exactly the way that I would. And I'm also not going to use that stupid accent anymore, because, like, I mean, it gets annoying after a while. You get into character that you're, like, so ready to get out, and, oh, man, it just feels good to be, well, of course, this isn't Andy. This is just, one of my other impersonations that I do. Actually, I can do the President of the United States. Hi, I'm the President of the United States. Yeah, thank you very much. That was yeah. I've been working on that one for a long time, actually. Oh man, I taken the hit, and it's I can't. I can't do it. I can't play stoned. I can't play stoned. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. Bye. Somebody take the microphone. Take my headphone. Take them now, or I'm going to throw them. Take them now, or I'm going to throw them. You hear me? All right. Bye. Alright, thank you very much, everybody. This is Trime Taveler. That was Andy Kaufman. He just left. I don't know if I'm still going to have to pay him, or if he's going to finish the book or whatever. I'm sorry about that. I honestly try to get comedians in here, and that's why I was trying to get Dave Smith, but Andy, first off, whenever I had him come in, he was upset that I called him a comedian. He said, "I'm just a song and dance man," whatever that means, right? And so yeah, Andy's gone now, and
I do have another guest that's supposed to be on. It was actually supposed to be here like an hour ago, and I guess Andy's worked with him too. That might even be why Andy left, because Andy's afraid of him or something. So without any further ado, are you ready? Are you in there, Mr. Clifton?
Yeah, I'm here. Kaufman, you had him in here before me. Well, I tell you what, he's not funny. I don't know if you wanted a comedian in here, but he's not funny. If you want a good singer in here, then you got me. You're lucky that you got me in here, because I'm gonna sing you guys a song, okay? I'm gonna sing you guys a song today, and I hope that you like it, because it's my favorite Grateful Dead song. All right? Don't go anywhere. I said don't go anywhere. All right. So, as you know, Andy Kaufman has left the building, ladies and gentlemen, and he's not coming back. And now you've got me, Tony Clifton, and I'm gonna sing you a song, okay? So I hope that you like it. Once upon a time there was an engineer blowing locomotive on fire, and yeah, and come by a monkey who was down a store, watching everything and you want more. One day he stops for a bite to eat, left the monkey sitting on the driver's seat. The monkey pulled down the locomotive, 90 miles an hour down the midnight run. Big locomotive, right on time. Big locomotive coming down the line. Big locomotive, 99. Big engineer with the worried mind. The engineer calls up the dispatcher on the phone, tells him all about the locomotive was gone. Get on the switch operator's right, 'cause the monkey got main line stood up tight. Swing mouse lady, made on time. Big locomotive coming down the line. Big locomotive number 99. Left the engineer with the worried mind. Well, the switch operator says message in time. Says northbound living on the same main line. Get on the switch, I'm gonna run through the hole, 'cause the monkey got the locomotive under control. Yeah, that was Monkey and the Engineer. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Your chairs are necessary. Yes, don't stop cheering, because please. I'm not like Andy Kaufman. I don't want you to not cheer or laugh at me, okay? All right, you hear me? Because whenever Andy comes in, I know a lot of you fall asleep, right? You know, I'm not here to read you a fucking book. You hear me? I'm not just gonna stand up on stage and waste your bullshit time. No. If you're gonna be watching this stream with Trime Taveler and you got me on it, then you're probably gonna be entertained and have a lot more fun than you would ever have with Andy Kaufman on here. Let me tell you something about Andy Kaufman. He's a fake. He's a fraud. He faked his death. He faked his death 2 times, and now he's out sunshining somewhere in some guru valley trying to learn how to fly so he can get back home. But that's silly, and Andy Kaufman is not my friend and not my associate in any way, and it's just a pure coincidence that I'm on this show at the same time that he is. So I suggest that anybody that even mentions him again, keep their lips shut, or else I'll be walking out of here like he did, okay? Like he did out on me. I had him come on my play on my show one time, and you know what he did? He threw a fit and he walked out of the place. He poured a drink on one of my audience's head. You hear that? Yeah, he got, oh man. Anyway, we're gonna listen to some more Grateful Dead music. That was May 7th. Our next show is gonna be May 11th at the Aztec Bowl in San Diego, California. And don't you forget it. My name is Tony Clifton. Okay? A name to remember. A name to respect. Don't you forget it. Because if you do, I'll come to your house and I'll be like, hey, what's my name? What's my name? Huh? I'll be knocking on your door and be like, what's my name? Huh? It's Tony Clifton. I want to hear you say it. Everybody say it. That's close enough. All right. Without any further ado, let's start with some morning dew. Okay, welcome back to the show. That was May 11th, 1969. Next up on the list is May 16th. That's the 16th of May at the Campo Lindo High School, Mirage in California. I've been to California. I played there at a bunch of clubs all over. I played all over the place. I played New York. I played Chicago. You ever been to Chicago? I play there. I played the Empire State Building in Chicago. I can't make this stuff up. All right. Anyway, my name is Tony Clifton, and I'm filling in for Andy Kaufman because he's too much of a wussy to come in today. And he came in and he did some stupid bullshit that nobody liked, and we got booed off the stage, and now you got me. So anyway, I'm gonna do one more song for you guys before you go. But I'll be able to. All right, I'm Tony Clifton, and this is Horse Named Bell. Oh, I had a horse and his name was Bell. When he ran, he couldn't stand still. He ran away one day, and also I ran with him. He ran so fast he could not stop. He ran into a barber shop. A fella saucy nice with his eye teeth in the barber's left shoulder. I had a gal, her name was Daisy. When she sang, the cat went crazy with delirium, singing viruses and all kinds of cataleptics. One day she sang a song about a man who turned himself inside out and jumped into the river. He was so very sleepy. I'm going out in the woods next year, shoot for beer and not for deer. Well, I am, well, I ain't. I'm a great sharpshootress. At shooting birds, I am a beaut. There is no bird I cannot shoot, and yay, in here, in the teeth, and in the fingers. I said finger. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. Wait. In the fingers. I went up and blown so big, the people on earth look like a pig, like a mouse, like a kitty deer, like flies and like fleeces. Yeah, balloon it turns and bomb died high. Found the wife of a country squire. Smelled noise like a doghound, like a steam whistle, and like dynamite. Oh, what can you do in a case like that? What can you do but stamp on your hand, on your mirror, on your toothbrush, on everything that's helpless? In Frisco Bay there lives a whale, and there she eats pork chop by the bell, by the box, by the pillow box, by the hogshead, by the shooter. Her name is Luna and she is a peach. Don't have food within her reach, or babies, or mermaids, or chocolate, ice cream sodas. She loves to laugh, and when she smiles, you can see her teeth for miles and miles, and her tonsils, and her spare ribs, and something else. What is it? And things too fierce to mention. Yeah. She knows no games when she plays. She rolls her eyes for days and days. She vibrates. She yodels and breaks 10 commandments. Thank you. Now, horse named Bill, and I'm Tony Clifton. We're going to listen to the Grateful Dead now. We're going to listen to some inferior music to what I just sang, but I guess it's what you guys do on this show. So, whatever. Here we go. Oh, in a minute. If I can find it again. I'm kind of lost. Somebody get in here that knows what they're doing. What was the last show we did? Good Morning Little Schoolgirl. That's a bad song. Morning Dew. I got Morning Boner. I don't know about you. Okay. Our next show is going to be 5/23. That's May 23rd. That's my birthday. I'm born on May 23rd. At the Seminole Indian Reservation in West Hollywood, Florida. That's actually where I was born. Oh my God, this is my birthday show. Okay, anyway, my name is Tony Clifton, and we're gonna start with something that's a little too hard to handle. So if you can't handle it for too long, then I guess I'll see you later, and you can just go fuck yourself because I'm gonna be here whether you like it or not. All right, here we go. You take it away, Pigpen.
Alright, hello, welcome back to Trime Taveler. I'm Andy Kaufman, and I'm glad to have you all here. I'm sorry that I left earlier. I sometimes have problems with people who just don't give me. I'm a big time Hollywood superstar. I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm a professional, and I require a certain atmosphere to perform my art. And whenever people interfere with that atmosphere, it's hard for me to to perform. So of course I did leave, but I came back because I wasn't done yet. I mean we still have the rest of the book to read, and also, just wanted to come in and say that I was sorry, and you see the thing is, my parents, God rest their souls, I didn't like to perform certain things while I was on television, because I know that it would upset them, and sometimes I did some things that really scared them a lot, like what the wrestling bit and stuff like that, and also just the terrible things that I was saying about women, and of course I'm but what I'm doing is I'm mocking those things because I despise them very much, and that's just something that I think a lot of people never really understood about me, but I just wanted to explain that to you, and I also wanted to sing you a song, but I'm not able to find it, so I keep on looking, and I don't want to waste too much of your time searching for something like that. Plus, we were gonna watch a silent film later also, so let's see what I can find. I'd like to. So there's a lot of people out there that people try to say that the world goes round, and that the moon goes around us, and then we go around the sun and stuff like that, but how do we know any of that is true? How do we know that the world is not flat? There's people all around the globe that believe in a flat earth, so I think about that a lot, and I think that other people probably should too, no matter where they are on the globe, they should Biden jokes he's really not Irish because he's sober and doesn't have relatives in jail. I guess that's like a joke. I think it's just gaslighting, whenever edgy people are like upset that someone is being edgy, then it's just kind of like funny. Cancels itself out, Alright, well, anyway, I'm not going to read any more of The Great Gatsby. I want to listen to more Grateful Dead. So, I'm going to start on the next show, which I believe is, 524. We just heard 523. That was actually 523, not 511. And now we're going to do May 23rd, 1969. And my name is Andy Kaufman. I'm 74 years old. I've faked my death twice, and I have absolutely no affiliation with the international singing sensation known as Tony Clifton, and I apologize sincerely if I offended him, and I apologize basically just to everyone in the public if anything that I said or did was offensive. Or anything that he said or did was offensive. I personally don't like to use bad words or to get upset, and I know I was upset, and I did threaten to throw my headphones earlier, which the truth is I'm not even actually wearing headphones. So anyway, we're gonna start this next set off. This next one is called "Turn On Your Love Light," and that's not a bad idea. Like if you have a love light and you have one right now and you can just turn it on, you can let it shine, and that wouldn't be such a bad thing after all if you think about it, because it's good to have love in your life, and if you have a love light, then there's no reason not to turn it on and love right now. So without any further ado, let's start the show.
Ramrod, who's the equipment manager for the Grateful Dead, he's really amazing. Just got this old organ up there, and they got an old plug with 6 prongs. They don't have a six.
Still broken.
Yes, but he's gonna do it.
All right, and they're getting started. I'm gonna turn off the microphone, and I'm gonna leave you guys
All right,
with
they're
the
gonna
Grateful
play
Dead, and
while they're getting
have
dog
a good
The
set.
Grateful Dead.
And I apologize if I.
About the dog. Anyway, there was this dog, and he had a master. Anyway, the dog was anyway, there was this guy, and he had a dog. Anyway, the dog was he was short and squat, fat, ugly, and yeller. And so I don't remember what his name was. You mean the guy or the dog? Well, anyway. He had this dog that was short and squat and fat, ugly, and yeller. And he walked into a bar with this dog on his side, on a leash. And sitting down the bar was a guy with a big, black, slick, mean-looking dog. And
Looked like a police dog.
yeah, it looked like a police dog, only meaner. Anyway. Anyway, so I hope everybody can hear that. Where was I? Oh yeah.
He got a lot of whole good bad ones for you.
Right. Anyway, so the guy down the bar says, "Hey, that sure is an ugly-looking, squat, fat, yeller-looking dog you got there." And he says, "Well, he may be ugly, but he sure can fight." And so they said, the guy sitting down the bar says, "Oh yeah? Well, you want to take him out back with my dog, and we'll let him have it out. I'll put a fiver on mine, and he just tears the dog to shreds." And he says, "Okay, sure." So they take him out back, and they're fighting away and having at it. And the little short, squat, fat, yeller-looking dog, ugly too, just completely whips this big, slick, black, mean-looking dog. Anyway, so oh yeah, the guy says, "Hey, seeing as So he says, "What kind of dog is that?" And he said, "Oh yeah, well anyway, the little short, fat, squat, yellow, ugly-looking dog kicked the shit out of this big, slick, black, mean-looking dog." And so the guy says, "Hey, well, I guess you won, and you're right, a dog sure can fight. I never seen a dog like that before. By the way, what kind of dog is it?" And he said, "Well, he used to be an alligator before I cut his tail off and painted him yeller." Well, with a golden bell bucket hanging clear to hell, and after Patrick's now and then, even fill it up and lower down again. One man gathers what another man spills. He's got to calling it home. Fortune comes a-crawling, happy woman, spinning that curious sense of your own. Can you answer? Yes, I can. But what would be the answer to the answer, man?
Lay down, my dear brothers, lay down and take your rest. I want you to lay your head upon your Savior's breast. I love you, but Jesus loves you the best. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. Lay down, my dear brothers, lay down and take your rest. I want you to lay your head upon your Savior's breast. Well, I love you, oh, but Jesus loves you the best. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. And I bid you good night, good night. Daddy, for the arms that wonderful. Good night, good night. Daddy, before the feast, and the other one, good night, good night. Where they eat all the children and whatnot, good night, good night. I remember right where, I remember right where, good night, good night. Well, walking in Jerusalem just like just good night, good night, good night. Lay down, my dear brothers, lay down and take your rest. I want you to lay your head upon your Savior's breast. I love you, oh, but Jesus loves you the best. And I bid you good night, good night, good night.
The young bloods are going to come out and play for you.
The Grateful Dead. Far out.
Well, that's the end of that show. We had some really good synchronizations in that. I'm probably gonna go back and redo this whole show. Well, I mean, you know, I always like to do my little clips. All right, so let's look for our next show. Just did 524. Next on our list is 5:30. Springer's Inn in Portland, Oregon. I'm going to start off with a little Morning Dew.
my honey. Walk me out in the morning, do today. I can't walk you out in the morning, do my honey. I can't walk you out in the morning, do today. Hey. But I heard a baby cry this morning. But I heard a baby cry today. You didn't hear no baby cry this morning. You didn't hear no baby cry today. Where have all the people gone, my honey? Where have all the people gone today? There's no need for you to be worried about all of those people. You never see those people anyway. But I heard a young man moan this morning. I heard a young man moan today. No young man moan this morning. I can't walk you out in the morning, do today. Walk me out in the morning, do my honey. Walk me out in the morning, do today. I can't walk you out in the morning, do my honey. I guess it doesn't matter I guess it doesn't matter anyway. I guess it doesn't matter anyway. Put on a string here.
Me and my uncle went riding down South Colorado, West Texas bound. We stopped over Santa Fe, that being the boy, just about halfway. You know it was the hottest part of the day. Well, I took the horses up to the stone, went to the barroom for the mix for all. 3 days in the saddle, you know my body hurt. This summer, I took off my shirt, tried to walk on some of that dusty dirt. A West Texas cowboy, they's all around. With liquor and money, they's loaded down. So soon after payday, you know it seemed a shame. So you know my uncle, we started spending the game. I love Jack in the winter day. cowboys got sore. Wanted to call him, then two more. He's a machine head. Well, no, it couldn't be. I know my uncle, but he's as honest as me. I'm as honest as a dental man could be. One of the cowboys starts to draw. I shot him down, Lord, but he never saw. He shot me another. Oh, hot damn, he won't grow. Whoa, whoa. In the confusion, I'll grab the gold. We hot-tailed it down to Mexico. Now I love those cowboys. I love the gold. I love my uncle. God rest his soul. He taught me good law. He taught me all I know. But he taught me so good. Well, I took that cold. I left him lying there on the side of the road.
Sitting in mangrove valley chasing lightnings, everything wanders. Let you see, baby, baby, pretty young on Tuesday. Oh, like a rubber, kicking demon at you, baby, baby. Tell me what's the matter. Why, tell me what you're whining now. Tell me why will you never come home? Tell me what's the reason if you've got a good one. Everywhere I go, the people all know everybody's doing that rag. Everywhere I go, the people know everyone's doing the rag. Take my line, go fishing for a Tuesday. Baby, take my supper, eat it down by the sea. Hey, gave my baby 20-40 good sons. Couldn't find any better one in the morning too. Rain gonna come, but the rain gonna go, you know. Stepping on chocolate, tumbling, drink and fire. All for gold in the dark like a dungeon. Maybe get a little bit darker for the day. Everyone's doing that right. You need build a lily, offer jewels to the sunset. No one is watching, standing in your shoes. Washing only feet in the river in the morning. Everything promised is delivered to you. Don't neglect to pick up what you're sharing. All the winter birds are winging home now. Hey, lover, go and look around you. Nothing out there you haven't seen before now. You never get wet if you keep on doing that rag. It is the way you do the music if you keep on doing the rag. One-eyed Jacks and the up and down your sleeve. Come back here, baby Louise, and tell me the name of the game that you play. Is it all fall down? Is it all go under? All fall down? All go under? Is it all fall down? All go under? All fall down? Is it all go under? All fall down? All go under? All down? Everywhere I go, the people all know everybody's doing that rag. Well, I broke another string, so I'm going to change this one too. Meanwhile, you can talk amongst yourselves. Or maybe it's... plain. Prosper in his time, well it may and it may decline. If it matter does it now, Stephen would answer if he only knew how. Well, with the golden bell bucket hanging clear to hell, and after waitress now and then, Stephen fill it up and lower down again. Lady finger dipped in moonlight, writing what for across the morning sky. Sunlight splatters dawn with answer. Darkness shrugs and bids the day goodbye. Speeding arrow, sharp and narrow. What a lot of fleeting matters you have spurned. Several seasons with their treasons. Wrap the babe in scarlet covers, call it your own. Answers are plenty in the by and by. Talk about your penny, talk about your use. One man gathers what another man spills. Underfoot the ground is patched with climbing arms of ivy wrapped around. Manzanitas dark and shining in the breeze. moonlight. That's the living that silence, relinquished praise. Explain for some jingle bell rainbow. Oh, is the dance of the rain for the minute. Oh, still in it. I'm bringing it on, don't say no.
Legit, like it's hit me like a fucking rock, dude, on a stick.
baby, torn it apart. And you left me standing in the dark night. Said your love for me was done. So come on, baby, baby, please. And I'm begging you, baby, 'cause I'm on my knees. Turn on your light, let it shine on me. Turn on your love light, let it shine on me. Hey, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. In the middle of the night, and I need you, darling, to make things alright. So come on, baby, baby, please. And I'm begging you, baby, and I'm on my knees. Turn on your light, let it shine on me. Turn on your love light, let it shine on me. Hey, let it shine, let it shine. Shake it, baby, join it wild. And you left me standing in the dark crowd. Say your love for me was done. So come on, baby, baby, please. And I'm begging you, baby, 'cause I'm on my knees. Turn on your light and it shine on me. Turn on your light and it shine on me. Hey, shine, middle of the night, and I need you, darling, to make things alright. So come on, baby, baby, please, baby, please, begging you, baby, baby, I'm on my knees. Turn on your light, let shine on me, let shine on me. Turn on your light, on your love light, on me, let shine on me, yeah, on me, let shine on me, let shine on me, let shine on me, let shine on me, shine on me. Let it shine, shine on me, let it shine on me, shine on me, shine right up on this boy, on me. That's all I need, shine on me, that's all I need, shine on me. Early in the morning, let it shine on me, shine on me. Late in the evening, let it shine on me too. Sometime I run about midnight hour, and your love shine on me, on this boy. I don't want it all. I just want a little bit. I don't want it all. No, no. I just want a little bit. Get your love. Get your kisses. Get your love. Get your rolling slow. Let me feel it. You got to do. Got to feel for the night. Just got to feel like that. Ain't no other way. No other way. Gotta be alright, you know. Gotta be alright.
That seems to be our abrupt ending to our show. That was May 30th. Yeah. And our next one is May 31st, MacArthur Court, the University of Oregon in Eugene, Oregon. But before that, I want to play a couple songs. So, let's do it. Let's get it set up here. Old Uncle Peter, he got tight, started up to heaven one stormy night. The road being up from them not well, lost his way and he went to hop along, Peter, where you going? Hop along, Peter, where you going? Hop along, Peter, won't you bear in mind, ain't ain't coming back till the gooseberry time. Old Mother Hubbard and her dog were Dutch, a bow-legged rooster and he hobbled on a crutch. The hen chewed tobacco and the duck drank wine. The goose played the fiddle on the pumpkin vine. Hop along, Peter, where you go? Hop along, Peter, where you go? Hop along, Peter, won't you bear in mind I ain't coming back till the gooseberry time. Down in the barnyard playing 7-Up, the old tomcat and the little yellow pup. The old Mother Hubbard just a-picking out the fleas, and the rooster in the cream jar up to his knees. Hop along, Peter, where you go? Hop along, Peter, where you go? Hop along, Peter, won't you bear in mind I ain't coming back till the gooseberry time. I got a sweet gal this old time. She weighs an ounce, she weighs 700 pounds. Every time my sweet gal turns once around, the heels of her shoes makes a hole in the ground. Hop along, Peter, where you go? Hop along, Peter, where you go? Hop along, Peter, won't you bear in mind I ain't coming back till the gooseberry time. Alright. That was a little scary for a second there, because like it sounds like I'm gonna say a bad word, but then I don't. So if it made anyone uncomfortable or if it offended anyone, then I really am sorry. I didn't mean to, you know. The three men went hunting and something they did find. They came upon a porcupine and that they left behind. The Irishman said it's porcupine and the Scotsman he said nay. The Welshman said it's pink kush and which pin stuck out the wrong way. Three men went a-hunting and something they did find. They came upon a toad frog and that they left behind. The Irishman said it's a toad frog and the Scotsman he said nay. The Welshman said it's a jaybird with the feathers worn away. All three men went hunting and something they did find. They came upon an outhouse and that they left behind. The Irishman said it's an outhouse and the Scotsman he said nay. The Welshman said it's a church house with the steeple blown away. Three men went hunting and something they did find. Came upon a Norton that they left behind. The Irishman said it's Norton, the Scotsman he said nay. The Welshman said it's the end of the world, let's go back the other way. The Irishman said it's Norton, the Scotsman he said nay. The Welshman said it's the end of the world, let's go back the other way. Alright, and here's another one that I really like a lot. I don't know if you guys like children's songs like I do, but these ones are like some of the best ones ever of all time, so I hope that you enjoy them. And I'm Andy Kaufman. You're watching Trime Taveler, The Legend of Trime, or something like that. I don't even know what it's called. If you go down to the woods today, it's sure of a big surprise. If you go down to the woods today, you better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was will gather there for certain, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. Every teddy teddy bear who's been good is sure of a treat today. There's lots of marvelous things to eat and wonderful games to play beneath the trees where nobody sees. They'll hide and seek as long as they please, 'cause that's the way teddy bears have their picnic. Picnic time for teddy bears. The little teddy bears will have a lovely time today. Watch the kids in the rain. Watch them gaily. 6 o'clock, the mommies and daddies will take them home to bed because they're tired little teddy bears. If you go down to the woods today, you better not go alone. It's lovely down in the woods today, but safer to stay at home. For every bear that ever there was will gather there together, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. Today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. Alright, thank you all very much for letting me sing those songs for you. My name is Andy Kaufman, and you might know me from, well, I mean, I'm kind of like one of the biggest stars ever of all times, but I'm really humble about it. Like, you know, I actually, a lot of people don't realize this about me, but I faked my death to get away from Hollywood famedom, because I didn't like what it was doing to me and the people that I loved. And since then I had a daughter, and I've lived a normal life, but there was always something feeling a little left out, and I had to fake my death again in 2021, and but now I'm kind of getting lonely, so I decided to, you know, stop by Trime Tavelers and say hi. And I don't know how many people are out there actually watching this, but I'm glad that I'm able to help Trime Taveler with his thing, because he's a really good friend of mine, and he's a good person. So we were about to play the MacArthur Court, University of Oregon in Eugene, Oregon. Oh yeah, and this is going to be a really good show. This is going to be our last show for the night. Alright, and here we go.
She went up to her room and she sang a thing or two. And I'm going where those chilly winds don't blow. Winds don't blow. I'm going where those chilly winds don't blow. You clean up trouble all my life. Now run me out in the cold rain and snow. And so, run me out in the cold rain and snow. Run me out in the cold rain and snow. Run me out in the cold rain and snow. Me out in the cold rain and wow, run me out in the cold rain and
We need some light up here. We gotta have some light up here.
We're gonna play around with the amplifiers a little bit.
We're gonna try and fix the hum.
I mean, surely you gotta admit that that's obnoxious. I mean, no matter who you are, that's gotta be obnoxious. I hate it. My friend here, Kim's gonna say a few words. Anybody know this guy?
Who is that guy? They never know me. I always show up for these things. At first, they kicked me off, but perseverance furthers. More. Well, remember, folks, this is the Hallelujah chorus tonight, so if you feel like a little hallelujah, don't let yourself hold back any. After all, that's what we got together for one time, remember? Instead of just sitting around smoking dope and just leaning back, but we got to dig one another. The hum stops,
Oh,
see?
praise God and turn it up to 10.
Yeah. God. See, that's all you have to do is work a little bit on it, it goes away. Bye. But it's just another little party. A little friendly get-together in which you can dig your brother. You can dig your sister. And your mother, too. More hum. See, you ask for more, and that's what you get.
Back
you just gotta
again,
take
it's
what you
back
get.
again.
We happen to have a balcony crowd tonight. Tonight we have a floor crowd in which the show will go on in the balcony crowd for those who like to gate. Well, now, nothing to say wrong with either. That's the way to do it, you know. Have room for everybody. Now, on the ceiling, we have...
In fact, you might try both.
Yeah, wander around, do your thing. Every time it's the wrong note, you know. You get that. Oh, see there, right at the back.
Oh, but I can live.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We've learned to live with these little discomforts of the body. I mean, after all,
we're all scarred. See there? Tell me we're different, huh? But we're the same, too.
Who's there?
But it's a little early yet to completely lose our decorum. Abuse sometimes.
right, but you know, later on, you know, we get loosened up, you know, and things are more casual, not so quite so professional.
Uptight. Right. Well, remember, there's more of us in this room than anybody else.
Huh?
Well, that did it. That was my blowout. We'll take time to... The slide whistle! I heard it off in the distance. The slide whistle! Woo! Everybody go, woo!
Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo! Woo!
me.
coming in.
Hey, the hum is back. While they're fixing the hum, I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you a story.
Well, now that we got rid of that nuisance, I'll take this opportunity to sing a song. Oh, now I'm stuck. Nobody dragged me off. See, that was my cue. Okay, well, here goes. Well, let's see now. I have to go back into my old repertoire, please.
Hit it.
Hit it. Okay. There's always rock-a-bye, baby. No, that's too early for that. Okay, one appropriate for getting the gang going, moving fast. Okay. It's, God, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I'll have it in a minute. I've got a vast repertoire, you know. The fart. Oh, there it is. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all go free. Well, God damn, it's always like that, you know, when they ask you for a song, you can't remember your favorite.
Bobby's going to give you a little example of one of his entries for one of the worst jokes of the year.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this opportunity to tell you a story. And it seems there was this guy, and he had a little dog. He was sort of short, fat, squat, ugly, and yeller.
Joey was his name.
And anyway, so he once walked into a bar with this here dog, and sitting down the bar from him was this guy with a big, black, slick, mean-looking dog.
Ah, Ralph.
And
was
the guy down the bar said, "That sure is a funny, ugly little fat, squat, yellow little dog you got there, mister."
His name's
the guy
Joey.
said, "Yeah, well, he may be ugly, but he sure can fight." And so anyway, so the guy said, "Yeah, well, you want to take him out in the alley, and we'll put a little bread on it, and we'll see if we'll just see about that." And so the guy said, "Sure, yeah, we'll go for that." And so they took him out, and they had it out, and little short, fat, squat, ugly little dog just kicked shit out of this big, black, slick, mean-looking dog. And well, anyway, the fight was over, and the guy was paying up his bread and saying, "Well, he sure could fight. Yeah, you gotta admit that. Sure, yes, a little." Anyway, so he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, what kind of dog is that? All short, fat, squat, ugly, and yeller." And the guy said, "Well, he used to be an alligator before I cut his tail off and painted him yeller." Thank you.
Bob Weir, folks, Bob Weir. Right. Now we're going to bring up the lunch. Good thing you get blurted out, you know. Every time you hear that noise, it's an obscenity that's not allowed on campus. In Seattle, there is a radio station that is giving away a free dairy cow for the best cow joke that comes in. That's my joke.
Does anybody know any jokes? If so, just feel free to step up.
Here he comes. He's got a lot of dirty words. You can tell by what happened to the amplifier. A campus radical.
This is Eugene speaking.
That's the sign.
Okay, all you people, please dance. And if you're not gonna dance, kind of sit down and get out of the way of the sides and sit down.
I don't get it.
Well, actually, we were trying to establish that in the beginning. Anybody do whatever he wants to do. After all, we have a one night of freedom. After all, didn't we establish once that there's more of us than anybody else in this room? We're all responsible adults.
Free turf. It's free turf. Anybody can do anything they want to do.
Right. We can take it. We've been stoned.
Ben.
Oh, the old words got new meaning. Talking here? She can sing. So we sing a song every night. What is it we usually sing? We know a good song that goes, orange. Damn it. Every time I try to slip one dirty word in. I thought the kid would cover me. Not a chance. But anyway, it goes. The middle of it. Good. Orangey, orangey everywhere. Orangey, orangey in your hair. Orangey, orangey on your hand. Sticky, ain't it? Bob Weir on the green, green grass home.
The old town looks the same as I step down from the train.
Join in, brothers.
There to meet me is my mama and papa. Down the street I look, and there runs Mary, hair of gold and lips like cherries. It's good to touch the green, green grass of home. The old house is still standing, though the plank is cracked and dry. There's the old oak tree that I used to play on. Down the street I walk with my sweet Mary, hair of gold and lips like cherries. It's good to touch the green, green grass of home. Yes, they'll all come to me, arms outstretched, smiling sweetly, when again I touch the green, green grass of home.
Time to milk 'em. Their bags is full, my hands is itching to get at 'em. That's where I learned patience, back on the old green farm.
I awake and look around me at the four gray walls that surround me, and I realize that I was only dreaming. For there's a garden, there's a sad old padre, and arm in arm we'll walk at daybreak, when again I'll touch the green, green grass of home. Yes, they'll all come to see me under the shade of the old oak tree, when they're laying beneath the green, green grass of home.
horseshoe nail.
Me and my uncle went riding down South Colorado, West Texas bound. We stopped over in Santa Fe, that being the point, just about halfway. You know it was the hottest part of the day. Well, I took the horses up to the store, went to the barroom, all the drinks were on. 3 days in the saddle, you know my body hurt. In the summer, well, I took off my shirt and I tried to wash off some of that dust and dirt. West Texas cowboy, there's all around. Liquor and money, but they loaded down. So soon after payday, no, it seemed a shame. My uncle, well, he starts playing the game. When that high-low jack and the winners take the hand. Cowboys got sore. One of them called him, and then two more. Accused him of cheating. Oh no, it couldn't be. I know my uncle, he's as honest as me. I'm as honest as a Denver man can be. One of them cowboys decides to draw. I shot him down low, but he never saw. Shot me another, oh hot damn he won't go, whoa, whoa. In the confusion, Mama grabbed the gold. We hightailed it down to Mexico. I love those cowboys, I love their gold. I love my uncle, God rest his soul. They taught me good, Lord, taught me all I know. They taught me so good. I took that gold. I left him lying there by the side of the road.
Dark and faded, solemnly they stated he has to die. He has to die. And all the children learning from books that they were burning. Every leaf was turned. here to watch him die. To death. The summer sun looked down on him. His mother couldn't but frown on him, and all the others frowned on him. But it doesn't seem to matter. And when the day it ended, with rainbow colors blended, his man remained unbended. He had to die.
Spanish lady come to me, she lays on me this rug. Rainbow bottom around, round and tremble, then explode. Like the smoking crater of my mind, I like to blown away. So the heat come round and buzzed me for smiling on a cloudy day. Coming, coming, coming around and around. Coming around and around. Coming, 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 coming around and around. Coming around and around. across an empty space. It trembled and exploded, let the bus stop in its place. I got on, that's when it all began. Well, down on the hill at the wheel of the bus to never ever lay on. Coming, coming, coming over, coming around, coming over, coming around, going, coming, we're coming over, coming around, coming over, coming around. When the day ended with rainbow colors blended, his mind remained unbended. He had to die.
lost it all. Now she's gone, 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 right over. Cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Well, now she's gone, 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 right over it. Cause I'm sitting on top of the world.
This is what we all got together for now, isn't it? We've been together long enough now. We can just let it all go together and let it all swell. We're calling England tonight. We're attempting to hook up transubstantiation cables. So far with no success, but we'll keep it plugging somewhere across the channel. Millions of mothers are waiting tonight for one message from home. Are we going to send her that message, or are we going to leave her singing by her window, crying for the kids that never came home? I don't know if we will or not. We can at least send her just whatever we have in our hearts. It may not be much, but God knows it's all there is.
You must leave now, take what you need, you think we're late. Whatever you wish to keep, you better grab it fast. Yonder stands your orphan with his gun. He's crying like a fire in the sun. Look out, all those saints are coming through, and it's all over now, baby blue. You better use your sin. Take what you have gathered from coincidence. The vagabond who's rapping at your door. Look out, sky falling over you, and it's all over now, baby blue. door is taking all his blankets from your floor. The carpet too is moving on for you, and it's all over now, baby blue. Leave all your stepping stones behind, there's something on for you. Forget about the dead you left, they will not follow you. Oh, who's rapping at your door? Yes, standing in the clothes that you once wore. Striking up the match, go start anew. And it's all over now, baby blue. It's all over now, baby blue. It's all over now, baby blue. And it's all over now, baby blue. It's all over now, baby blue. And it's all over now, baby blue. I'm all stepping stone behind, there's something calls for you. Forget about the dead you left, they will not follow you. The vagabond who's rapping at your door is standing in the clothes that you once wore. Strike another match, go start anew. And it's all over now, baby blue. It's all over now, baby blue. It's all over now, baby blue. Lay down, my dear brothers, lay down and take your rest. I want you to lay your head upon your Savior's breast. I love you, oh, but Jesus loves you the best, and I bid you good night. Good night, good night, and I bid you good night, good night, good night. Lay down, my dear brothers, lay down and take your rest. I want you to lay your head upon your Savior's breast. I love you, oh, but Jesus loves you the best. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. And I bid you good night, good night. And we're walking in Jerusalem just a good night, good night. Till ain't for the all that wonderful bow. Good night, good night. Help me for the beast at the ending of the woods. Good night, good night. Better eat all the children and whatnot. Be good night, good night. I remember right when I remember right well. Good night, good night, good night. Lay down, my dear brothers, lay down and take your rest. I want you to lay your head upon your Savior's breast. I love you, oh, but Jesus loves you the best. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. And I bid you good night, good night, good night. And I bid you good night, good night. That's your groove.
Okay, listen! Everybody don't go yet. Lots of people snuck in and they only sold 1,500 tickets and they're $400 short. Now, it was when they played in New York in July, there were big cops at the door and they didn't let anybody sneak in. And you got a place across the street where you can turn on. You don't have that there. So when you leave, there are going to be people at the door, and give them some money. Give them, because $300 is a lot of money, and you all snuck in.
There was Earth, and we were all on it. And we just happened to be in one spot together. Playing stuff, getting along.
Without a warning, you broke my heart. Taking it, baby, torn it apart. You left me standing in the dark. Said your love for me was done. So come on, baby, baby, please. And I'm begging you, baby, and I'm on my knees. Come on, your life, and it's on me. Your love life, and it's on me. Hey. Middle of the night, and I need you, baby, to make things all right. So come on, baby, baby, please, begging you, baby, and I'm on my knees. Turn on your light, let it shine on me. Turn on your love light, let it shine on me. Hey, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
remember me standing in the dark crying, said your love for me was done. So come on, baby, baby, please, begging you, baby, and I'm on my knees. Turn on your light, let it shine on me. Turn on your love light, let it shine on me. Baby, shine, baby, shine, baby. Middle of the night, and I need you, baby, to make things alright. So come on, baby, baby, please, baby, please, begging you, baby, on my knees, turn on your light, turn on the light, let it shine on me, shine on me, turn on your love light, shine on me, let shine on me, let shine on me, let shine on me, let shine on me, shine on me. That's all I need. All I need, some of your love, shine on me. Let it shine, shine on me. I just want your light, shine on me. Begin shining on me. All I got to have, shine on me. Shine on me. Early in the morning, shine on me. Let it shine on me, shine on me. Late in the evening, shine on me. Let it shine on me too. Shine on me. That's all I got to shine on me. That's all I got to have, shine on me. 'Cause I don't want it all, shine on me. I just want a little bit. I don't want it all, no. I just want a little bit. Let your loving, let your kissing, let your rolling slow. Got to make me feel pretty good now. Got to make me feel pretty nice. Yes, I do. That's my baby. Treat me fine. Treat me fine. Treat me fine. Yes, you do. Now, wait a minute. I want to tell you something. Just about my baby. I'm not going to tell you everything, you know what I'm saying? But I'll tell you something. I want to tell you just about the reason she made me feel so good. One thing begin to get good. I want to tell you how come that rolling is good too. Yes, I do. Got to be alright. Got to be alright. Billy, got to be alright. Got to be alright. Oh, you gotta feel good. Oh, alright. And the reason why, I want to tell you the reason why. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Got to be. Got to be. All right.
got box back Betty. They think I know the line. Working undercover with a alright, am I right? To the Lord. To the Lord. Sure. Wait a minute. I want to tell you something. I know some of you fellas may go home all alone. Yes, you may. You see some little girl that you want to play with, you know. But you may end up in the bed with nobody but yourself in it. You know, that ain't so good. I know it ain't, because I've been there too. But I want to tell you what I do when I get kind of hungry. Just a little lonesome. Yes, I do. All I got to do, is reach over my left shoulder, touch my baby, and say, turn on over. She turned over, she began to ride, just like a stingray on a 4-day drive. It's all right, makes me feel pretty good. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Wait a minute. I want to tell you something else, fellas. I want to tell you, give you a little bit of advice, maybe. I can see some of you guys standing around, and I know that you feel like getting a little company this evening. If you can't get it, it's your fault. Cause it ain't none of mine. No, it's not. I want to tell you too, it ain't no way to get company standing around with your hands in your pockets. I want to tell you something my mama told me a long time ago too. She said, son. She said, son. I said, yes, mama, what's that? Say, put your hand up in your pocket. You're liable to get you just a little bit crazy. So I want to tell you, fella, now, if you're looking for company, get your hand out of your pocket and do something better with it than that. That's how we. I want to tell you. sometimes, then again, I continue to be just a little bit hungry. That's one thing. I gotta have my rider. That's one thing. Have my love. Have my love. Now wait a minute. When I begin to get good, sometimes my baby calls my name and she asks me. She said, "Daddy," and I said, "Yeah." She said, "Daddy." I said, "What you want?" She said, "Daddy, you know what I want." I said, "Mama, you got it now." But I can still keep on being hungry. I just want maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit. I'm right. Got to be low. Got to be low. All right. All right, to me. Wait a minute.
Okay, what is it?
Sometimes when I begin to get hungry some more. Just ask my baby, why don't you please turn on your light, let it shine on me. Just a little bit of your light. That's all I need. Some of your love, some of your life. Got to make me feel all right. Got
gotta make me feel pretty good. Cause you know you're my love. I just got to get some of your love. Just got to get some of your love. It's got to make me feel alright. Make me feel all my mind. You're my love. Mine, you my love. Gotta make me feel okay. Feel pretty good. Gotta make me feel just a bit alright. Yes, I do. Shine on me. That's all I need. Shine on me. Some of your love. Shine on me. Shining on me. Let your light shine just a taste there. Shine on me. That's all I need. Shine on me. Let it shine. Shine on me. Shine upon this boy. That's all I got to get. Some of your love. Some of your feeling loving. Got to be nice. Yes, I do. Some of your love. My rider. Got to be alright. All I need. Some of your love. Got to make me feel so good. Yes, I do. Just can't help myself. No, I can't. You my love. You my love. You my love. You my love. Just got to get some. Shine on me. Some of your love. Well, shine on me. Some of your love. Well, shine on me. That's all I got to have. Yeah. It's all right. Shine on me. I love. Shine on me. Gotta be yours. Shine on me. Gotta be your love. Shine on me. Shine on me. Well, shine on me. I got to be. Well, shine on me. I got to be. Shine on me. You my love. Shine on me. Just got to have it. Shine on me. I mean, sweet love. Yeah. Shine on me. My love. Shine on me. Just one of those. Shine on me. Some of your love. Shine on me. Gotta make me feel alright. Shine on me. Shine on me. Shine on me.
We'll be back in a little while. We'll be back in a
All
little
right,
while.
they will be back in a little while.
We're gonna take a break and be back
I
in
am
a second.
Andy
This time
Kaufman,
we really will be back.
and this is my character Latka, and I am hosting for Trime Taveler, and thank you very much. Goodbye.
He was a friend of mine. He was a friend of mine. Now he's dead and gone. This morning, my best friend was sleeping in his bed. His face like a shoe, and he was dead. He was a friend of mine. He was to play games. Mom pushed me on the swing. Mark pushed me on the merry-go-round, going round and round. He was a friend of mine. He was best friend was sleeping in his bed, his face like a child, and he was dead. He was a friend of mine. He was a friend of mine. Now he's dead and gone. He was a friend of mine. He was a friend of mine. Now he's dead and gone.